Everyone, please rise for the pledge and remain standing. Thank you. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. A roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey. Here. Vice Mayor McMahon. Here. Councilmember Friedel. Present. Councilmember Grzybowski.
Present.
Councilmember Kalavianakis.
Here.
Councilmember Toth.
Here.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Here.
Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you for coming. We start with our reports by mayor, council members, and our town manager. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I have no reports tonight for you.
You have anything, Hannah?
Madam Mayor, I have no report today. Thank you.
Just that over the past month, we attended the Stroll in the Glow, and the following week, the Roll in the Glow, because we had a little rain here. But both events were spectacular and kind of well attended, even though it did rain. But and the lights look spectacular. Rachel, good job on the lights down in Avenue of the Fountain. So that was very well received. A lot of people commented on it.
I hope everybody had happy holidays, and I was fortunate enough to be able to attend the lighting of the menorah. It was very honorable. It was a great service, and it was well attended. So I really appreciated that opportunity. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to repeat, I guess, what has just been repeated, the Stroll in the Glow, the Roll in the Glow, absolutely spectacular. It did rain, but it was great. Again, Rachel, absolutely outstanding job on the Christmas decorations. Fountain Hill looked like Christmas, and our Christmas card reflected that, by the way. Again, I went to the lighting of the menorah and was actually part of the ceremony. We passed out the candles and then lit the candles, and it was a very special event. I was so honored to be there. Lastly, I attended the Arizona Cities and Towns Elected Officials Conference around a month ago. We covered Arizona government, the management by town manager, budget policies, leadership as mayor and council, social media, open meeting laws, and ethics. It was very worth my while, and thanks for Fountain Hills for sending me. I learned a lot from that. Thank you.
I just want to echo the lighting and the decorations. The Avenue Fountains looks spectacular. So I want to thank staff for making that happen. And it's just a town that we can all be proud to live in and just enjoy.
Thank you very much. Everybody was taking the holidays off a little bit, but we did have a Greater Phoenix Economic Council quarterly mayor supervisor meeting, so I attended that. We had the Prop 202 award from Fort McDowell, Yavapai Nation, and Grady, we attended that. And then the River Time had their annual meeting, but again, it was nice and quiet family time and such for the holidays. We don't have any special scheduled appearances or presentations, so we will begin with the call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards on call to the public?
Yes, Mayor, we do. First is Lori Troller.
Thank you. And just a reminder, these are for items that are not on the agenda. Please state if you live in Fountain Hills but not your address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Troller, resident, 27 years. Happy New Year, everybody. Aaron, Grady, everybody's good new faces. I asked for like an extra 30 seconds or so. So My topic tonight is the fact that the town manager is updating the small cell facility ordinance, and in layman's terms, that's a 5G ordinance that we currently allows telecom companies to install poles and antennas in our yards, our school grounds, churches, parks, and in the roads. It's worth repeating the importance of this ordinance. There have yet to be any explanation as to why our town management is not listening to the advice of the attorney Andrew Campanelli. He's a lawyer that's litigated over 7,000 telecommunication court cases, some at the Supreme Court level. April and I have arranged for a free consultation with him, and we're hoping that the entire council agree to Zoom meeting with him, just as Pima County has done and countless other small towns in Arizona have done. They've used him to help prepare their best and strongest small cell ordinances. This ordinance is the first line of defense our residents have against telecom companies and their team of lawyers bullying the towns and putting their poles and antennas wherever they want, including our front yards. And these opposing telecom lawyers exist to protect the profitability of these large companies, and they've lobbied our state lawmakers to write the worst state law of the 50 states, which strips Arizonians of our federal rights to have any say as to where the towers are placed in our beautiful town. Meanwhile, other states have allowed towns to reserve the residential areas of such structures and exposure. So when you and I walk out to our front doors and have towers on our property, irradiating microwaves straight through our homes, and just lowered our property value homes up to 30%, this ordinance is yours and my first line of defense against the telecom lawyers. And when this is the size of the legal fight and the enormous threat against our rights to live in our homes without such exposure, one quickly realizes what we're up against. We need the absolute best defense we can have, and that is exactly what Mr. Campanelli will provide us. So yes, the state, for obvious telecom lobbying reasons, has given the companies free rein on every town to build their equipment where they want, but there are still ways that we can protect ourselves. It's highly technical and very complicated, well worth the advice of professionals with extensive on-point legal experience who fully understand the depth of the complications, well beyond the specialties of our town staff and our light research. Again, I implore that the council please take advantage of the free information from the experienced specialized lawyers, the same lawyers Arizona towns and thousands of other towns across the country have taken advantage of. Mr. Campanelli has provided a quote to write an ordinance for us that abides by the federal and state law that will best assure our state and general funds remaining in good standing. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I think I'm allowed to tell you that we are working on the new ordinance, and we will be in contact with you.
Right.
Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Next is David Loverack.
Hello, I'm David Loverack. I've been a citizen of Fountain Hills for the last 18 months, since the summer of 2021. On April 19th, 2022, I sent Public Works Director Justin Weldy a short, polite email requesting clarification on an adopt a street policy decision. But when I got no reply after more than 6 months, I asked Town Councilwoman Brenda Calavianakis to inquire on my behalf. She spoke to Public Works Director Weldy and to Town Manager Grady Miller twice before Mr. Weldy finally answered my email 4 weeks later on November 29th, 224 days after my original inquiry. Mr. Weldy offered no apology or explanation for his delayed response, but he did conclude his reply by inviting me to recontact him if I had any additional questions or concerns. So I did. On December 8th, just last month, I wrote Mr. Weldy again and CC'd Town Manager Grady Miller, asking why it took 32 weeks and added pressure from an elected official for either of them to answer a short, simple, and respectful email request from a citizen. I emphasized that my new inquiry was not rhetorical and that I wasn't seeking an apology, but rather a reasonable explanation for such an unreasonable delay. Neither of the emails I sent to these gentlemen was insulting or disrespectful, and I deserved the professional courtesy of a reasonably prompt reply. I did not deserve to be ignored for more than 8 months until I finally shook the right trees sufficiently to get an answer. It's already been a month since I wrote to Mr. Weldy and to Mr. Miller asking why it took them so long to answer my first email, As of today, neither of them has replied. I retired from a 24-year government career that included serving as the public information officer for my agency. I had occasion to communicate with all levels of leadership, business people, and professional colleagues, as well as private citizens. My correspondence ranged from congressmen and foreign dignitaries to school children, and not all of the email I received was polite or professional, but I still gave every correspondent the courtesy of a prompt reply. I have had more responsive exchanges with junior high school student councils than I've managed to elicit from Fountain Hill's Public Works Director or its town manager. The smug disregard that these two town leaders have shown toward me for asking a couple of polite, simple questions is a symptom of a much larger problem embedded in the leadership culture of this town. Their dismissiveness exemplifies the cynicism and contempt they feel toward the citizens they serve. These are two of the highest paid staff on the town's payroll, yet they can't be bothered to respond to a resident's earnest inquiry. Madam Mayor and council members, much of the rancor you hear from public comments at this microphone is rooted in the frustration I've just described. I hope that this council will act decisively, perhaps starting with a comprehensive, anonymous culture survey of the entire town staff. Only then will you begin improving communication and repairing their damaged rapport with the citizens and business owners they were hired to serve. Thank you.
Next is Jill Keefe.
Hi, it's such a pleasure to address this first reconstituted council, so thank you so much for that. It's a privilege. My name is Jill Keefe, if we've not met yet. My husband and I own Good Living Greens, which is an independent, health-oriented grocery store. We're Arizona first in our products. And I've seen a couple of you in the store. Thank you. It means a lot to us. I appreciate this support. And if you haven't had a chance yet to make it into this store, come on down. We want to share our story and our vision and what we're about. But I'm not here to make a sale. That's not my purpose today. What I want to do is ask that this new council put a strong focus on the vitality of the town center and its small business community in specific. Let this council be the council that is the small business advocates. Supporting small business starts with knowing us, learning about us, our goals and our challenges, our intentions. See what we see every day, ask what we think, be invested in our success. This town's business community is counting on the execution of the downtown plan. My business, as an example, we are just 1 block north of here and 2 blocks east on Parkview, right by Saguaro. But please come before dark because there are no streetlights and no sidewalks. You'll pass 7 vacant lots if you walk from here to there. Most of those have litter and haven't been maintained. There's a car currently in the back of the parking lot that's serving as a shelter for some homeless folks. With the recent increase in downtown housing density, it's an incredible opportunity for our downtown business people to provide and meet those residents' needs. But it does need to be safe and vital and alive. I'm impressed with the downtown plan. I've read it. It contemplates all of this. What doesn't contemplate it is the financial plan. You're going to need some money to fulfill the vision. There's much to do. The second ask that I have for you is to consider forming a town center economic development advocacy committee that includes representation from small business owners specifically. Issues like sign ordinances, event zoning decisions, and walkable, connected, lit downtown greatly affect our ability to do business and be successful in this town. We get the issues, we get the challenges, the small business owners, we talk. We know what we're doing and we have a point of view. Let us help. There's benefits for all of us with this. The town benefits from increased tax revenues and a more compelling recruitment, retention, and expansion story. Residents benefit from an active, walkable, safe community. Business owners benefit from the ability to influence that which defines their success. With all of that, thank you for hearing me. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Next is Dave Long.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Dave Long, and I've been a resident of Fountain Hills almost 27 years. I come to you this evening simply to thank all of the council members for stepping up to serve the citizens of this wonderful town that we call home. Thank you for your willingness to take on the challenges that are known and which are not yet known in the coming year. We've heard a couple of them already. Thank you for striving to make our great town even better. Your predecessors have served this town well and worked tirelessly to solve problems, resolve issues, and provide us with a safe and stable environment, ever-improving environment. Supported by a great staff, volunteer commissions, and fellow citizens, Fountain Hills has come a long way in its maturity and image to other communities. In many ways, the town has been recognized as a model to be emulated and even recognized with numerous awards. Thanks to the council's decisions, the town has done exceptionally well despite the challenges it has faced. I am not here tonight to enumerate that long list of those past decisions, but to point out that, for the most part, the council members ultimately voted unanimously on the issues that it was confronted with. Oftentimes, the unanimous vote was taken following long periods of study and debate. The ultimate votes were thus always considered votes. The new year will surely bring a substantial bundle of new challenges that the council must address, as its predecessors have. This constituent, me, my point tonight is simply this, is to ask that the council channel its finite energy in ongoing and new issues and not to spend precious time revisiting the thoroughly considered decisions of the past. Thank you.
Mayor, that's it for call to the public.
Thanks very much. We appreciate it. Some of those items will be followed up on, I think, talking about the downtown revitalization, and I know we do have a group doing that, and we'll be in touch. Next is our consent agenda, which any council person, if they would like anything removed, are certainly free to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, my name is on one of the liquor license, so I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself from the consent agenda tonight.
Thank you. Any items you'd like removed from consent? Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
Well,
Whoop.
is the consent agenda only the liquor license, applications?
It's everything from 7A to F.
It appears it is. Okay, so it.
Whoops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't
I've
hear
already
you.
made a motion.
That's okay.
Well, it can't be a consent agenda if one person has to stay off of it. So let's vote on it.
Excuse me?
It cannot be a consent agenda if one member does not go along with it, right?
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, no.
Aaron, could you please advise?
Sure, no, Mayor and Council, if someone needs to recuse for an item, the remainder of the council who hasn't recused, just as any item, can vote on it. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any items you'd like removed? And okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. The motion passed. Aye. Thank you, ma'am. Don't let me forget that you're there. Our first regular agenda item is to review council assignments to town subcommittees and to regional committees. So as you can see in your packet, we have quite a few organizations and positions that are available to us. The open seats are indicated. As you can see, we also have we have a couple of internal committees. So if you are listed on one of these committees and you don't want to be on it anymore, please let us know. We're not doing this like right now, but this is just for you to get information, to ask questions about these committees if you'd like. If you don't want to be on the one you're on, then that will become an open position. Also, the ones that appoint commissioners, you know, we have 2 sets of subcommittees, and then we switch. So that one, you don't have to tell me which one you want to be on, because that one will just be 3 and 3, and then next year we'll switch them for the different commission interviews. The Fountain Hills Cares one and the traffic committees, at this point, if it stays the way it is, we have 1 position on each of those, because we will maintain the 3, you know, we wouldn't want to have 4 on those. And obviously, we don't have to fill every single position on there. It's always great for us to have representation on some of these regional committees that lets us be at the table, as they say. So if you would like, I don't know, Grady, would you like to kind of touch on these, and then we can take questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
So there's a table that's attached to the agenda item. So I'll just kind of briefly go over those. So with the Maricopa Association of Governments, those are mostly all policy-related committees. And so they request that these actually be appointments that are done formally at a council meeting. And then we will notify the Maricopa Association of Governments that the council members will be serving as the representative to those bodies. The other one is Valley Metro. That's another example. So the Valley Metro Board of Directors, in the past, former council member Mike Charnow represented the town on that, because we are a member of Valley Metro, which is the transportation or transit for the Valley. So let me just mention these really quickly. So we have East Valley Partnership. That's a Board of Directors seat. Currently, Councilmember Peggy McMahon is on that, and so that may be something she wishes to continue with. But then there's other East Valley Partnership groups and subcommittees. So there's the Advocacy and Government Relations, that's open. There's also the Education Think Tank, that's part of the East Valley Partnership. And then there's one for Economic Vitality, and that is currently provided representation from Councilmember Sharon Grabowski. And then also there's the Critical Infrastructure and Transportation, and that's also provided by Sharon Grabowski. So what the mayor has mentioned is take a look at this list tonight, and then at the next council meeting, she will solicit from the council members their official interest. But we ask that you send us an email maybe next week, so we can kind of have an idea who has requested what, so that we have a better idea going into the meeting on the 17th as to a potential memberships and representation. So I didn't go over the entire list, but that is in front of you.
And I just want to add that normally, I think they pretty much accept who we forward to them.
That's correct.
But GPEG might have a little bit more of a, I think they do an interview, and Sharon's on that board right now. But I think by and large, they will accept what we want to do. And then you see who's on these, and you can ask questions about what they've done this year and just the area of your interest. Do you have a question?
The GPEC and the MAG, are there openings available? Do you know of?
Yes, so if you look at the right column, it will show either a name of a council member that is currently assigned, or it will say open. And so what I would suggest is if you have an interest in one that may have a council member's name, that could be something that's discussed. And then if there is an opening, you know, because we may have a couple council members that express interest in one. And then that helps us when we have a meeting on the 17th to narrow it down. And there's not a need to have every single one of these filled. I just want to make that very clear. Even the city of Phoenix is not represented on every single board that would be listed here. So it's really the primary interest, what you might have as an interest as a council member. Go with that. And certainly the policy committees, as an example, Councilmember Friedel has been on the Domestic Violence Council. That may be one that he wants to continue, or maybe he feels like he's done enough time doing that, but he may want to do a different one, that another policy committee that Maricopa Association of Governments offers. So the only one I want to make sure that it's very clear is the regional council is typically only mayors will serve on that. So right now it's showing Mayor Jenny Dickey. So the way that the Maricopa Association of Governments works is that they have technical committees and they have policy committees. Technical committees are my staff members are on a number of those. And then the policy committees are like what Councilmember Friedel is on, and there's been other representation from council members on those. The regional council is considered a policy committee. And then I serve on the Maricopa Association of Governments Management Committee. That's all the city managers typically serve on that. So basically, things come up through the committee process at the technical level, then they come up to the policy level, and then they come up to like the MAG Management Committee level, and then those are recommended to the Regional Council for action, in which case our mayor votes on those items. And then anything that's a significant issue, we'll always bring back, per our policy agenda, we'll bring back to the council for, if it's a major issue, we'll bring it back to council to get the council to weigh in on.
The league ones are usually don't even start till like April, and what they do is they're coming up with a legislative agenda for the League of Cities and Towns. Then those, so if we have people there, that's great, and then they come back, they give their recommendations to league leadership. They decide if they're going to forward them. Then I think our June meeting, or I bring it back. So then there's like kind of this consensus permission to vote at the league conference, and you guys were there, so you saw that worked. So, so please, by the 9th, if you know that if you don't want to be on one, if you do want to be on one, if you have questions about anything, if you let me know by then we'll know, and we'll actually make these appointments with plenty of notice on the 17th. On the 17th? Yes. Is that good? Any other questions? Thank you. Our next item is going to be an update on the, did we have speaker cards on that?
I actually just wanted to make a quick motion for the, move the agenda items. I'd like to change the order.
Well, just tell me what you have in mind, because I know that.
I'd like, there's quite a few people in the audience that probably like to speak on certain issues. So I would actually like to move H, I, J, F, and G up to the top of the order.
Let me ask Aaron about that, because we don't usually vote on changing agenda items, and also there are folks who might not have come at the beginning of this meeting because they knew that those items were
I believe
up
it's seconded and the rules specifically allow it.
Excuse me?
I believe it's seconded and the rules specifically allow it.
Mayor and council, that's what I'm confirming right now. I'm going to take a look at the rules of procedure if you give me 30 seconds.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Mayor and council, I believe the rules do allow for it. Rules 1.4 of the council rules of procedure provide that the council, by a 3/4 vote of all members present, may suspend strict observance of these council rules or other policies or procedures for the orderly progression of the meeting, provided, however, that a simple majority of the council may cause a change in the order of items on the agenda.
So it goes by a motion and a second, and just like a regular
A
agenda
motion,
item?
a second, and a simple majority vote, Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion to change the order of the agenda, and it's been I didn't hear it, but has it been seconded?
Second.
Okay, and is it a item that we can discuss?
Yeah, I
As
think it's
it's a
like any
regular agenda?
motion, Mayor.
Okay, any comments on doing that? Councilwoman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
I prefer to leave it in the order that we have. There's probably reasons for that, more than what we can discuss, but I just feel that in respect of how the agenda was set up and submitted, we all were aware of that in advance. As far as I know, no comments or requests were made in advance, and therefore to sit at a council meeting and all of a sudden request a change when everybody is prepared, staff-wise and otherwise, to go in the order submitted, that we not change the order.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would be for Alan's amendment. I think that it's probably a common known fact. A lot of people are here to on the call of the public, and instead of keeping you people here till 10 or 11 o'clock, let's let people speak their minds on the agenda items that I think we kind of guess they want to speak their minds on, so we can let the people go home. And I would be for this.
I don't see any, Mayor, I don't see any problem changing the agenda. We're not taking anything out. We're not hiding anything. It's transparent, and it's part of the course of action. So I would be in favor of it.
Councilwoman Grzybowski?
Yeah, I feel like when we've wanted to do this in the past, we've approached you after you've submitted it online, and then you start the meeting and say, we're going to change the order. While I agree, yeah, it's at the end and we don't want to keep the people there all night, I just kind of feel like we're doing things a little different than is usually accepted. So I'm going to be against this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And again, I would say because of transparency and because of the way it has been publicized, that there may be folks who thought they had time to get here in time to speak on these items, and by moving them up, we may deny them the opportunity to do that. I would rather keep it in the order that everybody expected. Any other comments? No? Okay, so all in favor of changing the order as stated, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Okay, it's probably 4-3, yes. Okay, well, this next item was going to be about the traffic management, and if I heard you correctly, and again, let's see,
I'm more than happy to repeat.
H, A, H, I, and J.
Actually, specifically was H, I, J, F, and G.
F and G? Oh, after that?
Correct.
Okay. And again, for future reference, I'm always happy to talk about the order of agendas and items on the agenda, because it's always a good way to proceed. So the next item then would be the consideration of possible action to add an invocation to future town council agendas. Grady, would you like to kick that off, at least to get it started? And
Sure, Mayor. So before the council tonight is a request of 3 council members who had wanted to have this agenda item brought before the council. In the past, historically, we have had a invocation or prayer before each council meeting, and then during the pandemic, for a variety of different reasons, the moment of silence, which is allowed in the rules of the council rules, either the invocation or a moment of reflection was invoked. So this request is to bring back the invocation and council's consideration and discussion of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Skillicorn, who actually had requested this item.
Yeah, I just want to start making a motion to bring back the invocation. I don't know if we have a second or not.
the way the council rules have, the staff speaks, then we hear from the public, and then we can discuss. So given that we have people here that would like to speak to it, I'd like to move to that, if that's okay with you, before we
That's fine.
do a motion.
I'd like to check with Aaron. I think we do need a second to open it for discussion.
We
Sorry, a
we
second.
don't need to make a motion to have a discussion.
No.
Well, technically, according to Robert's rules, Madam Mayor, there should be a motion and a second to have any discussion.
That's right.
Now, our rules might allow to have public comment on it without a motion and second. That's fine. But for discussion, typical Robert's Rules of Order, it would require a motion and a second.
That's not,
That may be. That's never how we've proceeded under our rules of procedure. If it's on the agenda, we accept public comment. That we've never strictly followed Robert's rules. Maybe that is the case. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just telling you what our historical practice has been.
Just to clarify, the public comment does not need a motion or a second.
right.
However, discussion on the issue as a council is what is supposed to, under Robert's Rules of Order, have a motion and a second, and then discussion, so that discussion is limited if someone were to move to call the question.
Okay. So, Rule 1.1 of the Rules of Procedure say that we follow the following authorities in this order: state law, town code, including the council rules, parliamentary procedure at a glance, Robert's Rules of Order, and then it's, of course, at the beginning of that is these basic rules of procedure for meetings of the council proceed or govern, followed by those in that order, right? That's section 1.1. So that may well be the case. However we want to proceed, it's fine. I don't really care one way or another. I'm just letting you know that it's not been our practice in the years that I've been here to ever require discussion or a motion for discussion amongst council members or anything like that. We do have the opportunity to call the question, as Councilmember Toth right? referenced, assuming that there is a question pending on the floor. So if there's a motion that has been entertained by the mayor and a motion has been made and seconded, a majority, I'd have to look at whether it's 5 or 6, a majority of 5 or 6 of the council may move to call the question. So yes, I don't know if that answers the questions, but that's how we've done it, and that's what our rules say, and that's as much as I can put out there for you.
Well, I'm fine with either way, like we say, unless we're going to begin with public comment, and we will eventually or now have a motion. If the reason for a motion is so that you can call the question and prevent debate, I don't think that's a very good idea, but, it's up to you if that's your motivation. At this point right now, I'm happy to take a motion or go straight to public comment, and then we can take a motion, take a second, and discuss as we like. But we've never been a strict Robert's Rule of Order. That's never been the way we operate. So I was following our rules of procedure. And if you do follow our rules of procedure, all discussion has to come through the chair and be recognized. So, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, if we can go to debate with only on a motion without a second, I would be more than willing to accommodate past precedent.
Thank you. So why don't we start with the comments from the public, and we'll hear from you, and then we will discuss also. So Linda, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a list. What I'm going to do is, we had written comments which you received, and I'm going to first say their comments, not their comments, but that they provided information. Sharon Ehrlich, and she doesn't want to speak. She opposes it. George Ehrlich, he opposes it. Karen Downey opposes it. Irene Beauvais opposes it. Sherry James opposes it. Diane Price is in favor. Oh, no, I'm sorry, she is opposed to it. Stephen Gay is opposed to it. I'm just going to read their names because you have to kind of read through what they're saying. Gregory Vanderboer, Kathy L. Marks, unless you want me to.
To
To
say
say
whether
what
they're,
they-
yeah,
yes.
I think if you had them kind of in that same order, that'd be great.
Okay. Is opposed. Kathy Marks is for it. Pharrell Palais, I probably said it wrong. Is opposed. Nancy Plenser, but didn't make a comment, so I'm not sure. So Pastor Tony Pierce is in favor. Alan and Pat Rousseau are in favor. Deb Hotchkiss is opposed. Rod Warrenborg is opposed. Oh, I'm in favor. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, in favor. Patricia Muscalaria, hopefully I said your name right. She's opposed. Jill Anderson is opposed. Janice Holden is opposed. Ann Kinney is opposed. Pastor Clayton Wilfer is in favor. C.V. Watkins is opposed. Pastor Jeff Teeples is in favor. Jerry Butler is opposed. Barbara Adams is opposed. Jennifer Roman is in favor. Wendy Barnrad is opposed. Now we will go to the people who have asked and requested to speak. Bob Wilson.
I'm opposed to the first.
Okay. So you don't want to speak, okay. Okay.
I'm opposed to this one.
Okay. And then Jill Keefe.
Hi again. Hey, thank you for putting this topic on the agenda. I have kind of a different perspective that I thought might be useful. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother weighing in. There's lots of people that have a point of view here for sure. I do think this is a little different, though. You know, regarding return to invocation. Invocation is an ask for divine assistance. It's not for us. It's not for show. And it's not to advocate for this state or this faith or that faith. It's to ask for assistance for you. And it's sincere. And I think you need it. If I may, you're a new team. There are many different points of view on this team as there are council people. But make no mistake, you're a team. And when a team prays together and asks for help together, you're saying, it's not about me. It's about how we can best serve this town, and we could use a little help doing it. The council has serious work ahead in the next 2 years, and the current level of division and vitriol is noticed by everyone. It's not a good look for the town. Businesses, families, and individuals who might consider moving here notice it, and they can see it on YouTube by watching any council meeting. Adding a moment of prayer sets a tone of sincerity where healing can begin. It's going to be a long 2 years of healing. It doesn't start happening soon. A moment of reflection is wonderful, but it's a private, personal thing. Invocation, our voices coming together in agreement that divine wisdom is needed and invited. And that's a much more meaningful and powerful thing to a team. The vulnerability it takes of each of you to seek divine participation forces you to park preconceived notions and your positions and your suspicions. It unburdens the ego so that you can consider the possibility of another possibility. When you invite God in, however you conceive God, you create the space for miracles to move, which is nothing more and nothing less than a shift in perception, allowing you to see what you could not see before. At a minimum, you start the meeting in agreement on something. Prayer softens hearts and it sharpens minds. Could a moment of getting outside of yourselves and letting God in hurt? Give it a go, even if you don't believe. Give it a go anyway. It won't kill you, and it won't kill anyone else in this town. The worst it can do is nothing. But it may help. I hope it helps. I hope it helps provide the respect and the humility to this forum that it deserves and needs so that you can focus on the matter at hand. But what about offending people? This is a world that gets offended. Invocation before public meetings is not an endorsement of a certain faith or any faith at all. It's a reflection of the belief of this community.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to have to stick to the 3 minutes because we have a lot of people here. Thank you. It's
Thank
fair.
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andrea Butelis. Butelis? Butelis.
Hello,
Thank you.
everybody. Happy New Year. Happy to be here. My name is Andrea Boutsellis. I am an ordained minister, and I currently work as a hospital chaplain where I minister to people of all faiths and those who have no faith at all. I can and I will assure you of one thing I know to be true based on my years of ministry. Invoking the presence of God through prayer has never been controversial, and it has always served as a source of peace, strength, hope, and perseverance, something we are all in dire need of. It saddens me and troubles me that there are members of our community, including some on this council, who feel the need to oppose a non-denominational invocation at the beginning of town council meetings. Invocations have been a long-standing tradition in communities in America since its very founding and serve the important purpose of reminding those present that they are accountable to a power greater than themselves. We call this concept humility, and it is a trait we would like to see more of in our elected officials. As mayor and council members, you are stewards of this beautiful community. My husband and I chose to live in this oasis, in this desert, because of the panoramic views of the mountains, the sunsets which are beyond words, the smiling faces of its diverse residents, and the overall serenity of this area. How one can look at the beauty of our community and not see the hand of a loving Creator is beyond me. Opposing a prayer to invoke the presence of the Creator of all this beauty strikes me as showing a lack of something we all need a little bit more of in our lives and hearts, and that is gratitude. I ask you to never forget whom you ultimately serve. Ask Him for the strength to make tough decisions, to remove distractions, to calm anxious spirits, and break down the walls that divide us. And what I just said is, in essence, an invocation. Why wouldn't we want to start this council meeting with words such as this? This should not be threatening to anyone. I'd like to commend the members of this council who asked to reintroduce the invocation. I thank you for your moral fortitude and boldness. We are not called to be timid at times like this. We see what you are up against and that you have risen to the occasion. Never back down. You know the one who is the ultimate authority. Follow his path. It has been set before you. Starting right here and now, you are called to fight the good fight. You are called to finish the race, and you are called to keep the faith. Don't back down. You were called for such a time as this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Alex Boutzelis.
Good evening. You've heard from my better half. We reside in Fountain Hills. There was an online petition circulating against reinstating the invocation at council meetings on the false claim that the U.S. Constitution was written to create a secular government. Nothing could be further from the truth. At the Constitutional Convention, in fact, delegates were deadlocked over various issues after weeks of debate. Ben Franklin, the oldest and considered to be the wisest delegate at the convention, said the following to his fellow delegates, and I quote, "In the situation of this assembly, groping as it were in the dark to find political truth, and scarce able to distinguish it when it presented itself to us, how has it happened that we have not hitherto once thought of humbly applying to the Father of lights to illuminate our understanding? I have lived, sir, a long time, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs the affairs of men. I therefore move that henceforth prayers imploring the assistance of heaven and its blessings on our deliberations be held in this assembly every morning before we proceed to business, and that one or more of the clergy of the city be requested to officiate that service," end quote. To imply that our government is not based on biblical principles is to be ignorant of the facts. A study of political writings of the founding era found that the Bible was the most quoted authority in those writings. 34% of documented quotes came from the Bible. The whole concept of separation of powers was based on Jeremiah 17:9, something affirmed by John Adams and also by James Madison in Federalist 51. The Constitution itself specifically sets aside Sundays, the Lord's Day, from any governmental work, refer to Article 2. The preamble's call to, quote, secure the blessings of liberty is clearly religious in that the word blessing means God's provision or favor. The Constitution also closes with the attestation clause of Article 7, declaring it was written, quote, in the year of our Lord, 1787. Is it no wonder then that founding father and second president John Adams made the following observation, quote, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. I would ask any of those who would vote against reestablishing the long-held American tradition of having the invocation at meetings such as this, if they think that they have a greater understanding or wisdom as to how our government is meant to be run than the patriots and the founding fathers I referenced this evening, who were the ones who actually created that government. Thank you for your time and consideration. God bless America, and God bless Fountain Hills.
Next, we have Adele Resner.
Good evening. My name is Adele Resmer. I am a Lutheran pastor of 35 years. I reside here in Fountain Hills. While it is true that there was much discussion at the time of the formation of this country about inclusion of God language and particularly Christian references, the U.S. Constitution and actions by the Supreme Court that followed did not do so. It is in the First Amendment to the Constitution that there is established a separation of church and state, which is to say no government can mandate any kind of restrictions on the expression of or the worship of a particular religion. Now, we know throughout our history, of course, that hasn't always been the case. We have largely given preference to Christians in our culture. I am someone who has benefited from that. Certainly, I was raised in a culture where I went to church every Sunday. There were blue laws because that was our worship day. I was raised in a faithful family and have committed my life to the church. That hasn't changed. I trust, though, because I have deep and abiding relationships with people of other faith traditions and actually people of no faith tradition, but who have deep commitments and values for the good of this country, that there is room for all of us, and our Constitution and the amendments, particularly the First Amendment, really require that. The importance of that, actually, the Supreme Court acted on that on at least, I'll just cite 2 different occasions. In 1961, the Supreme Court acted that states and federal government bodies were prohibited from requiring any kind of religious test for public office. And while I know that none of you were asked to mark on the line whether you were a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, a Buddhist, or a non-religious person, the rhetoric that has been around this particular action that's being asked does suggest that anyone who might have a different opinion about whether an invocation or other religious practices is not affirmed, that somehow those citizens are not faithful people, they are not people who believe in God, and that they do not have the good of their country as part of their commitment, I would say is putting a test to you. Am I done? So let me say that I would ask that a moment of silence would be observed. So
Next, we have Liz Gildersleeve.
Good evening. I have a bit of a different perspective. This isn't just about the invocation. According to the attachment for this agenda item, quote, the invocation was replaced with a moment of silence during the COVID-19 pandemic, end quote. COVID restrictions were lifted many months ago. So then why wasn't the invocation reinstated months ago? The only conclusion is that getting rid of the invocation was never about COVID. And for me, this abuse of power is the most disturbing issue of all. The powers that are afforded to you, Mayor Dickey, during a public health emergency should be treated with humility. Implementing a change for personal benefit or to appease your political allies, like getting rid of the invocation, under the guise of a public health emergency is a disgusting abuse of power. Since the invocation was never restored after the COVID restrictions were lifted, how could anyone conclude any differently about your actions? How can anyone trust your leadership again? I can't. Thank you, Mr. Skillicorn, for wasting no time in bringing the reinstatement of the invocation to the agenda. Clearly, the invocation is important to many for a variety of reasons. And residents, like we're doing tonight, have a right to listen to discussion, speak, participate in the debate, and witness the vote by our elected officials as it should have happened months ago, not sweep it under the rug and hope nobody notices.
I'm allowed to respond to that, which I will. The rules of procedure for running a meeting or for having a meeting says that we will begin with an invocation or a moment of silence. So it was never anything that was new or out of the ordinary. I did not begin it during COVID. I began it in my first meeting in January when I first became, well, not when I first became mayor, but in my second term. So it was before the COVID stuff. And it was my prerogative and whatever to do it. It was legal. And so I did not do that because of COVID. And that was not a fair accusation. Excuse me. Thank you.
Next is Larry Myers.
Mayor, Council, Happy New Year. I'm going to be brief, less eloquent than Ben Franklin, probably. I was raised a Presbyterian, not particularly religious. I'm married to a Jew, way more religious than me. And I've been coming to these meetings since the town first had a meeting when we became a town and we were saying the invocation. So I don't know what was so terrible about that and why it had to get removed for any reason whatsoever. But that aside, I want to remind everybody for this issue and every issue going forward that this isn't a democracy. This is a representative republic. And the people voted to have representatives represent them. And so I say, represent. Email campaigns originating in the bowels of the Democratic Club and their liberal ladies with scorecards absolutely have no meaning whatsoever. They have no bearing on anything. They mean absolutely nothing. On this issue, or any other issue for that matter. I'm guessing from the numbers of houses of worship in this town that 80% of the citizens believe in God or a being, some form of being greater than themselves. And that's probably a good thing because narcissism is a terrible affliction that our society is going through at this point. But I want to say that prayer unifies, and nothing could be seen as a better example than last night when two combative NFL teams vying for the top spot knelt in the middle of the field together and prayed for one of their fallen compatriots. They prayed for some divine intervention to save someone other than themselves. That, I say, is unity. Now, I've been hearing a lot about contentious and all this other stuff, so I'm just going to say maybe that's the example to look to instead of initiating email campaigns to divide the town as our opposing ideologies inevitably collide on many issues. And I'm just going to leave you with that. Thank you.
Next is Alan Aker.
Madam Mayor and Town Council members, thank you. I am opposed to the motion. I'm not opposed to prayer. I'm not opposed to God. I believe in those things. But I worry for this council because it appears that without a public invocation, these members, you, will be unable to engage civilly with one another, behave appropriately, seek wisdom, seek compromise, and obtain the benefits as you see fit for this community. Somehow, from the comments, I'm led to believe that without invoking such blessings from God, you will be incapable of doing those things. And yet each of you, presumably, are members of a faith tradition. Presumably each of you pray. Each of you have the ability to seek those virtues and benefits from the Almighty. Each of you, certainly if you wish to join with others in doing those, can do it. It is difficult, if not impossible, for me to understand how a public invocation will somehow unify the town in some unknown way, or somehow unify the council that without it, you would fall into disunity. Thank you.
Next, we have Fred James. Fred here? Oh, he chooses not to speak, but he's against it. Okay. Next is Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. I actually wasn't going to speak, but the way this was opened up, and it sounded like one opposition after another, I'm not really sure if those were just submitted through the form, because I know of numerous, maybe 50 emails that were sent in favor of reinstating the invocation. So I think that skewed the perception right there. And as you can see, a lot of people are feeling compelled to stand up to speak about the importance of an invocation. And I actually sent in an email myself to you, and I commented, while any given community is diverse and does not hold any one belief, those who are spiritual or religious or believe in a higher power in some form would agree that a sincerely spoken invocation that does not push anyone to convert to any specific philosophy is completely acceptable to most people. It's a positive message, and usually only a minute. And if someone can't tolerate an invocation for 1 minute, then life is very frustrating indeed for them. Those who aren't spiritual or religious in any way should have no problem then just easily disregarding any of the messages, as it does not pertain to them or negatively impact their lives in any way. Or they can actually just delay entering the chamber and then come in after the invocation. I did find the coordinated campaign against this reinstatement through the online petitions and all the other emails to be a demonstration of intolerance, which is exactly what it is. It's not that the moment of silence is more inclusive, as one of our council members had said to one of my friends. It's not more inclusive. If you don't speak it out loud, it is just your personal interaction. A spoken invocation does no harm to anyone, so I support it.
We have Matthew Kokorian.
Thank you, Linda. It's Matthew Corrigan. Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, I also was not prepared to speak tonight on this issue, but felt that it was important that I do stand up. There's an old debate technique called the straw man. It's very simple. You build or cast aspersions on an opponent stating his or her principle or motive, and then you cast all those assumptions on that person. The straw man is either very effective or sometimes laughable. I won't comment on past speakers, it's not appropriate. But I will say that I am a Lutheran, a confessional Lutheran, maybe not the same type of Lutheran, but I do follow God's word, or try to. And what's wrong with that? We're a country based on principles, and we have the First Amendment to guide us. So freedom of speech and assembly and faith, those are important. Maybe instead of arguing about how the town council emblem should look or the town logo, maybe we ought to consider this thing, this little statement here. I don't have a penny, but it's also on the penny. It says right here, "In God we trust." It's real simple. It's a real basic statement. It requires a sort of invocation, if you would, lifting up God rather than ourselves. That's important. Maybe an invocation does that to remind us when we assemble freely that that's important, and maybe we should lead with that thought. It's an important thought. At least the people who created this particular currency thought so. And as mentioned before, our founding fathers thought it was so important that they actually included it in founding documents. and built this country and allowed all of us to be present here tonight in freedom and faith.
And the last is just a comment in writing that they're for it, and it's Gina Waldo. That's the remainder of the speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Would council like to comment on this item? Councilman?
Super brief. And thank you for enlightening us how it was changed. One thing, Madam Mayor, was there a vote on that when it was changed?
No, these things aren't all the time voted on. These are just our own policies and procedures, and those were both there in 2014-09 that says a moment of reflection or an invocation. So it was totally one or the other, not either one of them had any more weight than the other. Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. The one thing I didn't hear tonight, but as I got the emails, which were numerous on this topic, was many people were concerned about the rights of atheists. And they said that this would be very unfair to people of no faith. We will draft an ordinance that will include everybody, including atheists. They have a place at the table in Fountain Hills. The letters were kind of like the Christians were going to get out the tar and the feathers and run them out of town if an atheist came in this office, in this room, and spoke. That is not true. They would be absolutely welcome here. Matter of fact, I don't know how they would identify themselves as an atheist. They would just get up and they would say, I wish you and my friends wish you all the best to get along together, to make good decisions and good judgments. And I wish you all the best, and then sit down. And so the atheists and the minority communities and the religions, somebody said there was 7,000 religions in this country. You guys probably got that letter. They're all welcome here, okay? We'll get to you one by one. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly clarify that we are going to, of course, welcome everybody. That's something that we wouldn't be able to not do that. So anyone of any faith, any denomination is more than welcome to come and do the invocation. This is not a way to do anything different than what it used to be and what it had been since the beginning of Fountain Hills.
Vice Mayor? Good evening. As we've heard, this is a difficult agenda matter that no matter how it is addressed, because it ultimately ends up being divisive to the council and our community. If you think about it, the intended audience of the moment of silence and or invocation is addressed to and for the governmental body in session. It is intended to bring us together for a moment before beginning our sole purpose of getting down to business and representing all members of our town and addressing the agenda matters before us. Historically, religion has been very controversial and divisive, condemning those who may not have the same religious affiliations or any religious beliefs at all. In fact, most of the emails in support that we received did just that. Presupposed and condemned council members and citizens who may not support a religious or public invocation, who have already been unfairly religiously condemned and labeled intolerant in the social media. Our community is already divided by religious beliefs. Why bring this controversial issue into our nonpartisan and secular council meetings? In addition, council has an ethical duty to include all members of our community, not just a few. And whether we like it or not, no matter how prayer or an invocation is stated, it is not inclusive of our entire community. Constitutionally and based Supreme Court rulings, invocations must represent all of us and all religions. There is also the constitutional matter of separation of church and state. There is a legitimate concern that when governmental bodies lend their power and prestige to religion, it can amount to governmental endorsement that excludes up to 60% of our Fountain Hills community who are not religious. And even when prayers are non-denominational, there is no way that a government body may manage a prayer that will not inviolably exclude, divide, and offend members of our community. Observing a strict separation of church and state offers no one and includes all offends no one and includes all members of your council and our community. We are all free to pray privately or to worship on our own time and in whatever way we choose. Even Jesus in the New Testament condemned public prayer. He said, "Enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut the door, pray to thy Father, which is secret." That's Matthew 6:5-13. As elected officials, we take an oath to uphold secular constitutions. To open government meetings with prayer and religious ritual could be in contravention of this oath. We must also consider that our community members of all religions and no religion are compelled to come before us, a government body, secular, to address their civic, secular matters, complain about our streets, address their concerns, obtain permits, licenses, and special use permits. They should not be subjected to a religious invocation or test, or be expected to bow heads and demonstrate religious obedience at council meetings and then be labeled intolerant if they choose not to do so. To quote an email sent to us, "This is a town council. This is not a church." And accordingly, we have an obligation to avoid even the hint of endorsing religion because it carries with it the higher risk and exposure to lawsuits in opposition of a mandated ordinance and religious invocation or general invocation. We are keepers of our limited budget and cannot afford to defend needless lawsuits. As for a standing tradition, many cities and towns in Arizona choose not to have invocations due to the sheer controversy that surrounds prayer and invocations and the potential to be seen as unconstitutionally endorsing religion. Council chambers is also nonpartisan and a neutral government place where all of our citizens are welcome and represented, not just a few. Our moment of silence is traditional as well, universal and neutral. It is a very, very personal moment where one can choose to pray, self-reflect, meditate, and be thankful, and even come together. Because it is so personal, it does not require any preamble or the imposition of a religious direction on everyone in attendance. And each of us were free to choose how we want to spend that moment. And it also doesn't result in discrimination, judgments of being intolerant, or denigration of any one of us in our community due to religious or non-religious affiliations. Our Code of Ethics at 8.5 states that the chief function of the council is at all times to serve the best interests of all the people in our community. And accordingly, we have a duty to ensure all of our actions at our meetings and our decisions are not in violation of this ethical duty to represent all of our community. And given that primary ethical duty, perhaps this hasn't been given due consideration by putting invocation on the agenda, especially at the first meeting of 2023. Personally, I would prefer that Mayor Council wait and see if an ordinance can first be drafted that is non-discriminatory, judgmental, or unconstitutionally favors one religion or endorses a religion, and that it respects all members of our community before deciding on whether to have a mandated religious or non-denominational invocation, or to retain our current personal and private moment of silence at future council meetings. I prefer to move to table the matter and take this opportunity so that we, as a secular government body, can seek needed legal advice to learn more about acceptable legal invocations over possibly voting tonight on an invocation that could result in none of us being happy and exposing the town to a high risk of expensive lawsuits. Thank you.
Sharon, excuse me. I wanted to say that this whole meeting has been very respectful and treating each other as the neighbors that we are. Some of the words, maybe not, but I think we were just really great, so let's keep that up. Councilwoman Grzybowski, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I just realized I coughed with the mute off. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
We did get a slew of emails, as the other council people have mentioned, and I tried to reply to as many as I could. Apologies if I didn't get back to you, but I'm recovering from a cold that I brought home from vacation and dealing with regular after vacation stuff. A few thoughts based on things that I've read and heard over the past few days. I've heard everyone believes in a higher power. That's actually not true. Many religions do not believe in a supreme deity. I've also heard that the Pledge of Allegiance was mentioned. The pledge actually did not contain the under God phrase until 1954. One suggestion was that our invocation be a Christian prayer. Not only does a Christian prayer leave out many of our citizens, but that appears to be in contradiction with the First Amendment. The key for me for an invocation is that it be non-denominational. We should not be promoting one religion over another as a government. The First Amendment provides that we not establish a religion. We should be a defender of religion, all religion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman, do you have anything? Okay. I wanted to mention the emails, too, that we received, and there were a lot, and I apologize that I didn't get to respond to all of them either. And I do also want to say that however they were generated, whether people told people that this was coming up, was mentioned there were 50 or so that were in favor. So I think that both sides were passionate about it, and all sides. And, you know, I hate to think of it as two sides. I think we're all a community here. We do have those procedures. They do interchangeably use the word moment of reflection and invocation. I continue to think that a moment of reflection or silent, excuse me, is a way to proceed. It's very inclusive. It allows those who are present the respect to choose their own thoughts. They are private thoughts. And I would trust that a person's faith can be private and strong at the same time. A moment of silence is unifying and inclusive. It was mentioned that it was often invoked when at public gatherings or at an event. And it's not only just for a person to be remembered, but for thoughts to be solemn and with honor and in a very unified way. And you brought up the football game, and that was, you know, spontaneous, and any one of us might have done that or not done that, but that was spontaneous, and it was their choice. And I've been at football games and other things where they had moments of silence where you can't believe that this entire place is silent, and that's the power that that has. I would hope that we wouldn't enact something, a practice that would cause, as been suggested, that people would wait in the hallway or in the lobby before they would feel comfortable coming in and stating their case, whether it's a resident or staff or somebody making a presentation, someone who needs us to act on something that they need. If we don't see them stand up or we don't see them do the thing that is seemingly more acceptable. I believe an invocation doesn't unify as would be hoped, but that it could serve to exclude some in the community. And we are equally bound to represent everybody. So it is with utmost sincerity and with my serious consideration to this that I would ask my colleagues to please allow the moment of silence to continue. When we made the change, there was never any input at all. I really did not hear from anybody who was upset by it. I don't see it, you know, we say that this isn't divisive, but the fact that we have everybody here with different ideas about it shows that there's definitely different opinions about it. And it's like they say, when you talk about politics or religion, it's just always going to be full of passion and your own past, your own family, your own heart. So I would ask to please keep the moment of silence as is. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate and want to thank everyone who came up to speak. I appreciate your passion, and I understand that perhaps a lack of feedback when it was originally changed would be because there wasn't a vote for it. And I think we've heard from each of us that wanted to give an opinion. So with that, I move to add the invocation to all future town council meeting agendas as per, or with Aaron's input in mind that this must include all denominations and all faiths.
Aaron, when I made a statement, did that equivocate to a motion to table the matter?
Well, I didn't necessarily take it as one, but if you want to make that motion in a second.
I would like to make a motion to table it so that we can.
My
Hold on.
motion is on the table, Councilwoman.
Sorry, have we gotten a second? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, all right, I didn't hear, sorry, okay. One moment. Okay, we're going to look to Rule 6.6C2 of the Council Rules of Agenda. It talks about precedence of motions. When a motion is before the council, no motion shall be entertained except the following, which shall have precedence in the following order. And then it states A through J. One of those is motion to table, motion to postpone to a date certain, and then main motion. That's the last one. So, according to our rules, a motion to table can proceed, and we can take a vote on that. If it fails, we can vote on the main motion.
Did she really have a motion, though, Aaron? I don't think it was recognized.
Well, if the mayor is recognizing
I was
that-
interrupted.
No, it's
No, you
actually,
weren't.
it's my opinion,
Okay, let's maintain what we've been
Right,
able to accomplish.
If I can weigh in, Mayor?
Excuse me?
If I could weigh in, I think Alan made the original motion and Hannah was the second.
And I think what Aaron just said is a motion to table would take precedence, but I don't know that we're, if you make.
I don't even know if the motion table has a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor, or at the dais, right?
We do on the
And we
main
can
motion to add the prayer to all future agendas. Councilwoman Toth made the motion. Toth. I'll get it, I promise.
They wouldn't let me
Okay,
second
so
the
what we're
motion.
saying that Councilwoman Toth was the main motion, and then who was the second?
I'll have to be a second.
I don't understand, because when Alan made his motion, I specifically said I wanted to second that motion, and I thought that would have been the second.
Either way, whoever wants it, it's the same
According to
motion.
Robert's rules, that was a valid second.
Sorry, I didn't hear a motion if there was one, so.
I did second the
Okay,
motion.
fair enough.
Okay, why don't we just go ahead with the vote, please? All in favor of
Okay,
adding?
wait, now I'm confused. What are we voting for? What just happened?
To
Madam Mayor.
Coughing.
We're voting, I believe, to add the invocation to all future town council meeting agendas. Is that your understanding?
That's my
And
understanding.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
may I just ask for a roll call?
I'm sorry?
May I just ask for a roll call?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Ignoring my motion to table it?
Well, I don't know that we've received a second, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I wanted to clarify that,
okay, yeah.
so there's no more confusion.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye, and we'll do a roll call. Linda, please. It's just gonna fail.
Oh,
Councilwoman Grzybowski.
Nay.
Nay.
Correct.
Councilwoman Kalavianakis.
Aye.
Councilwoman Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Aye, yes.
Councilmember Friedel. Vice Mayor McMahon. Mayor Dickey.
No.
It passes 4-3.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out. We don't, we're done. We're moving on to the next item. And I hope we will continue this respectful feelings as you go forth. Thank you very much. Our next item is a possible repeal of the sign ordinance, section 60708, and resolution 2012-31. Grady?
Yes, Councilmember Skillicorn asked that I add this to the agenda. There were two other council members, Councilmember Kalavianakis, I think I said that right. Thank you, I've been practicing. And also Councilmember Toth have requested that this item come before council. The understanding is, for clarification, and I think I'll turn it over to Councilmember Skillicorn. At first, initially, I thought this was for just the amendments that had been passed by the council previously, but this is actual repeal of section 6.07, 6.08 of the sign ordinance, and also resolution 212-31. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Skillicorn, who has, I'm sure, some comments on this.
Madam Mayor, I'll just be brief. I just think it's time for a fresh start, and it is as we've discussed. And I also believe, since this is not an additional restriction, that a hearing is not required for this action.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
First, I'll mention the ones who wrote in and provided a written comment. Sharon Ehrlich is in support of the current sign ordinance. George Ehrlich is in support of the current sign ordinance. Sherry James is in support of the current ordinance. Patricia Muscalaria is in support of the current ordinance. And Barbara Adams is in support of keeping the ordinance. And we do have speaker cards. First is Bob Wilson.
Not so happy New Year. I'm Bob Wilson. I'm a resident, once proud resident of Fountain Hills. Repeal of sign ordinance. It was unanimously approved by council 10 years ago, unanimously. Stewardship of our town demands careful and responsible management of that entrusted to one's care. Our first rule of procedure, we follow Arizona state laws. Here's a headline in the Arizona Republic, August 20th, 2022, after Fountain Hills mayoral and council elections on August 2nd. And it begins, Fountain Hills election shows party politics in city races. It says, it got ugly when some right-wingers sought to establish a conservative majority, painting their left-wing opponents as
Mayor,
communists.
I have a point of order.
Point of order. You're out of order.
Could you stick to the issue of the sign ordinance, or show us how you're going to get there? Thank you. it could be a call to the order, but, I mean, a call to the public, but this is where we actually talk to just the agenda item.
All right, I'll just put it in the paper then.
Thank you.
Next is Betsy LeBoy.
Good evening. Happy New Year. I hope you all had a great, happy holiday, Mayor, Vice Mayor, newly elected officials, staff. I'm here to bring you some joy for a second. Ready? I am in support of additional provisions added to the current sign ordinance. I am not in favor of starting the whole process over again. I just want to share that the Chamber alone worked on this process for approximately 7 months and more than 100 hours to collect data, research, and collaborate directly with the town of Fountain Hills, with the Arizona Sign Association, and with the Scottsdale Area Association of Realtors, along with feedback from our business community to come to this current sign ordinance with very specific provisions such as wayfinding and monument signage for industrial park behind the Target Plaza as one example. There's very specific times that we can add provisions that will be helpful for the business community. Monument signage per business plaza would be very helpful. Consistent language for all would be very helpful. I do believe these specific provisions can accomplish what is needed for the good of the entire community without starting all over from scratch. Of course, I'd be happy to be involved in the process for added provisions to the current sign ordinance and for education for our community if that's desired. With clarity and clear communication, I do think that and even perhaps a PR piece for our community, for our businesses, for our residents, that we can really help our community respond to the ordinance and understand it so they can fully utilize it as it's intended, which I think is part of the problem, is a misunderstanding of pieces of the ordinance. I can also share with you that Plat 208, to which I'm a board director, is considering additional signage to support the downtown business district, which might be helpful as we move forward. And as we diligently work together, the Chamber of Commerce, Plat 208, town staff, town elected officials, as we all work together to represent our community, both our residents and our businesses, I know that we can confirm that Fountain Hills is the very best town, and that's why I'm here to give you some positivity, because we can make some changes without scrapping the whole thing and starting over to really fill the needs of the business community to which I represent. Thank you.
And Mayor, we have one last request to comment, and that's Crystal Kavanaugh for this item.
Good evening. Regarding this sign ordinance, I like to consider myself a personal victim of it in the political era that we just went through. And I do believe it was actually weaponized against some of us. And so I find this ordinance to be convoluted and confusing. And like Betsy just pointed out, that maybe you can help the community to understand it. Why should it be so difficult to understand? We spent hours trying to understand it to make sure we were following all the rules, and yet code enforcement still showed up at times. And code enforcement themselves didn't even understand the rules. So we would like discuss it with them, and then they would say, well, yeah, that's right. Well, let me look at this, or maybe it's that. They didn't actually know either. And so it was a work in progress to understand it. The fact that that occurred tells me it needs to be revamped, relooked at, and perhaps all thrown out. I heard it was meshed with various ordinances before, and I think that's why it's so confusing, and some things overlap, and then some things aren't clear. I just think we need one that pertains especially to Fountain Hills. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Then thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
It is for this item, right? Yes. Okay. Sean Southland?
Actually, today, somebody came to our business that we got our TCO from for about 2 weeks ago to have us take down an air dancer. So it's on our property. I don't know about the sign stuff. They said it's against the code. But we're a new business, and like anything, we want to do a monument sign. We've gone through that with the city. The plan was to put in a monument sign. We had a budget item, it was covered. And then in the last year, it went from 20,000 to 60,000. So now it's out of our budget. So I put an air dancer up. So if you guys are changing the deal or whatever, if you could consider something temporary for new businesses, just to help let people know you're open. We do want to put in a monument sign, of course, but it's going to take some time with the increased cost and the way things are going. So I just wanted to make that comment because I think there's other businesses that are probably in the same boat as we are. So anyway, thank you for your time.
We can have our discussion now if you'd like. Would like that? Yes, Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And really, there's two big reasons I wanted to move forward with this. One is that we're coming out of time when we had a forced shutdown. A lot of businesses are suffering. I'd like to be able to have those businesses attract customers and get them in the doors. People that spend money here, it helps our town revenue, but also helps these businesses. And also, reality is right now, economy is slowing down, interest rates are going up, we're in a, recession is starting. We have a lot of local businesses that could be doing better. Let's just say that. We also have plenty of vacant properties that I want filled, and we need to have new businesses, strong businesses in there, and they need to attract customers, and customers need to find them. So that was one of my priorities. I don't think the current ordinance really addresses that and allow that, but also I do have some First Amendment issues with the current ordinance, and just as Elon Musk would say, is that he is a free speech absolutist. I've got to agree with him on that. I have some problems with the current ordinance and how it addressed the First Amendment, and I think it's wise to redo that. And this act of repealing this is not the last move of this council. It's just the first. But I expect a very fast replacement coming online. And I know that the people at this table are very well capable of doing that and acting quickly, so there's not going to be confusion. But I also have a vision myself, is that during a time of economic distress like right now, I think there should be more allowances for businesses to have signs up. And down the road, I think we need to protect the beauty of our town. No, it's a great reminder because I need to wrap it up. I think we want to protect the beauty of our town, but that's going to be phase 2. When we start filling up these vacant storefronts, then we can discuss on how do we tighten it up a little bit. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I too have a very serious problem with this sign ordinance. Where do I begin? This sign ordinance is not constitutional. It doesn't comport with the Constitution. And political speech is protected speech. The Arizona legislature, in their wisdom, carved out a hospitality exemption for the sign ordinance, which if we would have comported with, I would not have any problem with this. But instead of having it narrowly tailored, like it should have been, talk to any lawyer, and any restriction on speech has got to be narrowly tailored to fit a specific end, okay? This was not. This prohibition of speech reached out to the whole town of Fountain Hills. It did not protect our hospitality zone. It did not protect our restaurants. It did not protect our casinos. It did not protect our lake and our downtown area. It went all the way out to Timbuktu and beyond. And so I've got a real problem with that. And that's one of the reasons I'd like to just do a repeal, root and branch. And the other thing is, just like this gentleman just said with his business, I'd like to know with this $20,000 monument, how that went to $60,000. I would be very interested to find out why there was such a cost overrun when dealing with the city. from 20 to 60, and now they can't put up their sign monument?
Why would that be on the town?
It's just something that he brought up. Anyway, I've heard from so many business owners that this has been impeding their business, like Alan said. They're losing business. If you take a look at the Rosati's, who would know the Rosati's is there unless they put out a sign in the front? It's just completely buried in that little store. If I had $1 from every business owner that told me that this was interfering in their business, I could probably buy a business of my own. That's how many people have complained. So, like Alan said, I think this has got to be repealed completely, and then town staff should work on replacing it with something that's sensible and something that people can understand and comport with. Thank you.
While I agree with both of my council members there, we want to show that we are pro-business. Every sale we make in this town adds to this town's coffers. That's important. So we have to help our businesses succeed. Now, repealing this doesn't mean we're going to get rid of it all. We're going to look at this. Betsy, we need input from you. So make sure that we have the stakeholders with input when we go to redo this and make some revisions to this. I have been a long proponent against this sign ordinance in some ways and shapes. People, I think, know that. So we have an opportunity now to make some tweaks to this and get it done right, help our new businesses in town as well. But we need this business community to survive here. Without them, we don't have a town. So I think it's important that we all realize that there's some things we can do to this sign ordinance to make it a little bit more business friendly, especially heading into uncharted waters that we are right now in the next year or so. So I'm for a repeal, but again, a lot of it I think will come back in the same form, but we need some more input from stakeholders, I think, to get this done so that everybody's happy with it.
Councilwoman, Vice Mayor?
Yes. The sign ordinance was discussed numerous times, revised, and unanimously agreed upon by seasoned council members. Personally, having visited local business last year with our financial director, we received no complaints about the sign ordinance or proof that it hindered their business. To undo the sign ordinance in any capacity would not be in the best interests of our community or staff. It would mean rehashing it once again. It is a reasonable ordinance, constitutionally enforceable as written. Even our Constitution First Amendment and the U.S. Supreme Court recognizes that signage needs to be regulated. If this is about political signage, our sign ordinance follows state law and mirrors town ordinances. Do you really want a political sign pollution? Even on a temporary basis, it's distracting, messy, and divisive in communities. It also invites vandalism. Having participated in enacting the updated sign ordinance that supports local business, provides necessary boundaries for signage in Fountain Hills, prevents unnecessary sign pollution, and keeps Fountain Hills from looking up like a trashed up Scottsdale at election time, I'm against any repeal in whole or in part. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Grzybowski, do you have any comments?
Actually, I do. Thank you for remembering me. I know that those of you that have been around for a while or been watching for a while know that I had problems with the sign ordinance as well. We spent a lot of meetings. There were 3 discussion-only meetings and I think 2 voting meetings, so 5 in all. Huge conversations, lots of public input, chamber input, residential input, as well as business input. So I feel like we did a really good job of compromising, but I do agree that there are some opportunities that I'd be open to changing. Excuse me. I'm not a fan of repealing something altogether, though. This I have a problem with. If we completely repeal these particular sections, it just kind of becomes chaos in my mind. I don't see how that's friendly to the residents at all, where they had a problem with many of the signs that were displayed. So we helped to get that under control by compromising on our sign ordinances. I have a problem with the word repeal. I feel like we should come up with the replacement and not just repeal it. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's a couple other items that we wanted to discuss. One was that the any change in zoning which this was a result of a public hearing. Just to kind of go back to a little bit, we met, well, Planning and Zoning met originally about it. The council met on January 19th, 2021, February 16th, 2021, April 20th, 2021, and those were the three meetings that Councilwoman Brzezowski was saying they were discussion only. And then on the 18th of May of 2021, that's when we had our first vote. Now that was to eliminate all temporary signs, which obviously had some objections to it, so we decided that we would compromise. And so for that summer, that's when we met with the realtors and the chamber and with several groups. So the current sign ordinance did pass unanimously. It's been in place a little bit more than 2 years. The political sign-free zone passed unanimously in 2012 under Mayor Kavanaugh. I was on the council at the time. If you read the minutes, the discussion was to have our town not be cluttered or riddled with what we do see in other parts of the state during the political season. There are a lot of legal things going on. First of all, whether we need to have a hearing in order to change this, and that's something that Aaron can address. Also, if you read the staff summary, by doing this, except for some height restrictions, there will be no regulations on any signs regarding size, number, location, or quality. So you all likely have ROW in front of your house, rights of way. So anybody could put any sign there made of anything, no matter how many, if we have no sign ordinance. And I think that would also bring into play Prop 207, which was passed in the state of Arizona, that cities cannot take action that could potentially lower the property values. And I think for many homes, they may consider that's something that we can talk about in executive session if we feel the need to do that. The banners, drapes on homes, banners, balloons, inflatable gorillas, flags, all of those things. There will be no regulation on them. I also want to point out that we never had temporary signs by right in Fountain Hills. We always had them have to be renewed. So every year we'd get a report and it'd be like, oh, this was the compliance, and sometimes it wasn't very good. In 2020, in December of 2020, when it was going to expire, I didn't want it to at that time because of COVID, and so we said, well, plus we knew that we were going to have to wrestle with the issue that was there since 2015, which was federal government, you cannot regulate signs based on content. So the things that, Alan, what you were saying, I understand. You want a business sign, you can't say it's a business sign. You can't say it's a real estate sign. You can't say it's a yard sale sign. We can't do that. And yet, the state of Arizona gives us rules on what we can do for political signs, which are obviously based on content. So those two laws are in conflict. Ours is not in conflict at all. So I want to put that out there because this repeal has far-reaching, it will resonate with our residents, with our businesses, and I think that we need to put a lot more time and thought into it, and we could possibly need to have a public hearing and another whole process in order for us to do this, because that's the way it came to be. And I'm going to turn it over maybe to you, Aaron, if you would like to, excuse me? Oh, before Aaron speaks? Okay, okay, Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that in my visits to approximately 10 businesses since the sign ordinance was done, I have had complaints from all 10 of them about the restrictiveness of our sign ordinance. That is not business friendly. It is not helping our business community. I think that that has to be considered going forward with anything we do. We need more input from them, I think, possibly. I know myself, when I sat here, I went out to 24 businesses in this town and queried them about what kind of business they get from their A-frame signs, and my numbers told me it was about 45% of their business. That's huge for any business in this town in this day and age, especially going into uncharted waters. We have to do a better job of getting the business community involved, the chamber, and these stakeholders have to have a bigger seat at the table. If it's 2 chairs, I don't care. A bigger seat at the table, and we have to get input from them as to what's going to help the businesses survive in this town. I don't think we've done a good job with this current sign ordinance. My queries to these businesses in this town tell me that since this is passed. Before it was even worse. So I think we have a lot of work to do to represent this business community, which is what this council should be doing, helping our businesses survive and helping them thrive. It makes the town better when the day is done.
Well, Councilman, I feel an obligation to represent the residents as well, and I feel like repealing this as is not only is risky as far as not having a public hearing and public notice, particularly doing this right after the holidays when I don't think a lot of people knew or had the opportunity or whatever, were traveling and such, but it also has Prop 207 ramifications. So I would like Aaron to please tell us, and it was part of your staff report, the implications of trying to change a zoning ordinance in a one fell swoop like this, for lack of a better word.
Sure, Mayor. I think I'll answer this question in 2 parts. The first is what the mayor just referenced with regard to whether or not we have to have a notice and publication prior to taking this action. That's in the staff report, so I'm comfortable addressing that. The second part that I would like to suggest to the council, it is up to each member of this council whether they vote to recess into executive session or not. I do not regularly do this for anyone who has watched council sessions in the past, but I think that the issues that have been brought up are of enough import that I feel I'd be more comfortable sharing my legal advice in an executive session as to the remaining items, as opposed to saying them in public. Again, that's up to each member of the council. So with respect to mayors, with the first point that the mayor and perhaps one other council member brought up, we do have a statute on point that, out of an abundance of caution, staff has followed. It is ARS 9462.03B. Excuse me. It provides that as a zoning ordinance that changes any property from one zone to another, which we're not dealing with, that imposes any regulation not previously imposed or that removes or modifies any such regulation previously imposed, must be adopted following the procedure prescribed in another subsection which provides for notice and publication. So out of an abundance of caution, my advice in other communities and here and our historical practice has been to provide notice and publication. I will concede that the statute is not clear that this constitutes a zoning ordinance, although it is contained in our zoning ordinance, or that we're removing or modifying a regulation. So we have proceeded out of that, from that cautionary perspective, and I'll leave that with respect to what the mayor brought up. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, or happy to answer those questions in executive session should we have a motion and we recess into executive session.
Yes,
Aaron, do we have to vote on it tonight, or can we move to discuss it further, like in executive session, et cetera, so that we all have more clarity and better understanding, and that if it is going to be amended, that we can do it carefully and get our businesses and other people who want to be involved.
Mayor and council member, the agenda always has language at the very beginning or somewhere on the agenda that says that with respect to any agenda item, the council can recess for legal advice. So we can do that tonight if that's within the council's purview to do so.
Do we have to do that, or can we just like choose not to vote on it right now and then have a noticed executive session about it later on?
I think there's two options, mayor and council. The first option would be to, of course, if there's no motion made, which I don't anticipate, if there's no motion made, of course, no action can be taken. If the motion is to table or continue, then that would be the second option, and of course that motion would have to carry. Someone would have to secure a simple majority vote to continue it. Otherwise, if the motion is to repeal, as stated in the staff report, and that carries a simple majority, that will be the action of the night. That was 3 options, not 2. Those are the options.
I would, the idea of going into it now and it's getting late and such, so if anybody would entertain the idea of having an executive session before our next meeting and discussing this item, and then we can discuss the Prop 207 stuff, and then moving from there, I would appreciate that if anyone's willing.
I'd like to make
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
motion.
Go ahead.
I'd actually like to make a motion to repeal.
I'd like to second.
Any further discussion on that item?
I think that is really,
Didn't Peggy try to make a motion first?
yes, I did. Once
I
again.
saw his light was on, but she can make a motion to table now anyway, and it would have,
Yeah, this is the same as the last.
yeah, it would have
item.
present.
I was going to make a motion
Yes.
to table this and move to have an executive session before our next council meeting about it with public notice. I think that's fair to all of our businesses, to the chamber, and to our residents.
Thank you.
I think hastily appealing the magnitude of this sign ordinance that is constitutionally sanctioned is irresponsible
Mr.
of
Mayor,
us.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
excuse me.
Is there a second?
If I may address council.
I made a motion.
You're right, Aaron, this came up before, it's came up again. If you have a motion with a second, and it is out of order to put another motion on top of a motion.
I didn't. I started my motion before you rudely interrupted me.
The earlier, our attorney had said that a motion to table took precedence. So,
Is that what you said?
That's what's listed in our rules of procedure, Mayor and Council, that they'll be considered in order A through J with a motion to table to be considered before the main motion that's on the floor.
is there a second to table?
Second.
Thank you. And this can pass with a simple majority, correct?
Yes, any motion to table can pass with a simple majority, as would the main motion.
Okay, and then the motion was to table it so that we would bring it back again on the next meeting. So all in favor of tabling, please say,
Madam, may I be acknowledged?
I'm sorry?
Usually when we have a second, we can have a
You
discussion.
can't discuss the motion to table. It's not a debatable item.
Then I would just like to request a roll call.
All those in favor, we'll take a roll call, fine.
Councilmember Calabianakis.
Could you repeat the motion? Is it the motion to table?
This is the motion
It's
to
the motion to
table.
Table
table.
until the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay, I vote against.
Councilmember Toth.
Nay.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
I vote no to table.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McMahon. Councilmember Friedel. No. Councilmember Grzybowski.
Aye.
4-3.
Motion to repeal is on the table here. It was seconded, I
That was
believe?
seconded by me. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? We'll take a roll call on this one of repealing the Fountain Hills sign ordinance. Please, we'll do a roll call.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Mayor Dickey.
No.
Vice Mayor McMahon. No. Councilmember Fidel.
Yes.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
No.
Was that a no? Okay.
Correct. I am against repealing.
Okay. And Councilmember Kalavianakis.
Aye.
Ayes 4-3. Passes.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Okay, we're done with that one now, please. We are going to be discussing adopting planning and zoning recommendations related to community residences that were modified or not acted on by the town council previously. Grady?
Yes, Councilmember Alan Skillicorn had requested this item to be added to the agenda for tonight. And Councilmember Toth and Friedel have requested that this item be on as well. Specifically, they asked that the council consider making changes to the ordinance as approved by the council on May 3rd, 2022, and to consider including the items that were recommended by planning and zoning that were not adopted or were modified at that council meeting. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Skillicorn, who had requested this agenda item.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Mayor, I just want to quickly give people a little bit of background. I also want an opportunity for people to speak. So the Planning and Zoning unanimously approved a set of recommendations for the sober treatment homes. There's some of the requirements on there were additional distance between homes, an insurance requirement, a definition of the family, and also a more stringent cap of unrelated people living in those homes. I really want to hear from the public on this, but I will give everyone here a little bit of a precursor, is that the town manager and I spoke about this, and I know that the attorneys involved in this. There is a posting requirement for a hearing that would be necessary for this. So I would like to hear from the public, but I will be modifying my motion to table until that, Manager Miller, what was the date we can do this hearing?
I believe it's actually February because, John, we've got publication deadlines, and I believe it's a 15-day requirement. Is that correct, John? So I believe the first earliest that we can bring it back would be, was it February 7th? I think I put it in the staff report, I think, here. Yes, February 7th would be the earliest that it could come back, Councilmember.
So yeah, we'll be modifying my motion to table it until February 7th. But I still really look forward to the comments of the public.
Yes, Mayor, we have 3. The first one is Jim Swazicki. Hopefully I said it correctly. Probably not.
Excuse me, it's Jim Sawicki, and Happy New Year to all of you. I'm glad to be here. We've been out of town a lot, so we're not totally up to speed with the implications of what's going on related to these rehab houses. But my wife and I just have a few questions while we're in the investigative process, and we'll probably be interacting with you more as well. The number one is, what benefit is there to the community to have these houses here? Number two, they're going into residential areas. Who decides what, where, and when? Number three, are we looking at a successful business that's in conjunction with the insurance companies, the government agencies, and the locations that they're placing these homes in. When you see that they're, the fees to go into these homes are running, some of them $20,000 a month, I guess insurance is paying for it, and the government is also kicking in on it. It looks to me to be probably a pretty good cash cow and a very, very good business. Is our community going to be taken advantage of? Is our safety going to be put at risk? Have we got information from all those other communities that have these houses to the extent of the success that they have been? We can't find any documentation. They say they're successful when they leave the house, they're not drinking and they're not doing dope, but that may only be till they get to the next liquor store or get themselves a fix. We've not been able to find reliable information that would tell us that, in fact, what the success of these homes are. So I would like to get back to you at a later time when I get more information. And I thank you for my time. Those are just a few questions I thought I'd put out to you this evening. Thank you.
Next, we have Crystal Kavanaugh.
I didn't know this would be such a busy night. However, this topic I can't let go by, obviously. I've kind of been involved in this in pushing for some safety measures from the get-go within legal limits. And planning and zoning in the past had come up with some very well-researched, regulations in order to protect the community with occupancy and distance and insurance and just various things of that nature. I strongly support revising the ones that this last ordinance that was passed by the previous council. While it was a good start to adding some protections, I think more could be done. And so I support the original planning and zoning program. Thank you.
Next is Matthew Corriman.
Thank you, Linda. Again, it's Matthew Corrigan. Madam Mayor, council members, this is you may say it's a complex issue. I don't see it that way. I see it more a solution, the wrong solution. It's a problem. It's a big problem, but it's not Fountain Hill's problem. And I speak from personal experience. I'm a recovering alcoholic of 38 years. And I can tell you that it is an individual task to recover with the help from God. And it's not something that's resolved in a home situation where neighborhoods are devaluated, where crime rates go up. And let me explain that. There are other avenues, other approaches. We need a solution. This just happens to be the wrong solution. I lost a brother last year to alcoholism. So it's personal, but it's also methodical. You don't take a $600,000 home, a $900,000 home, a $1.5 million home, and devaluate it by bringing a group, a community, with issues, dependency issues, drugs, alcohol, what have you. There are many other options that are much better. AA, for example. Rescue missions, very effective. Why? Because they have requirements for sobriety and also have a program to bring those people who have this problem back into society with jobs, with training, with education, with the future. Those places, those enterprises are already there. We do not need this in Fountain Hills. I'm a homeowner. I'm a resident. But I don't ask that my neighbor or your neighbor, Madam Mayor, I don't mean to point, any one of you members of the council, would you, a personal question, would you want this to be your neighbor? Putting it down to brass tacks, really? There are much better ways to approach this. This is not the answer. I speak from logic, from knowing and supporting rescue missions, charities, and groups that actually know what they're doing and have solutions for these people who are dependent on drugs and alcohol. In the past, I was one. I speak from experience. Please reconsider this. Please bring it back. I think it's a good idea. The council has the right approach, and reconsider this.
Next, we have Lori Trawler.
Again, I would love to bring the emotional value to this topic. Gets me, but I can't. I'm a very technical person. I've done so much of the research that planning and zoning is used, so I know from a lot of the legal standpoint that we have what we put into motion already. What was decided on is not as far as we can go. So it can be a lot stronger than it is, and we just need to be there. So you were asking, how's the public feeling? Here's this public. This public is feeling we can put more protections in. Completely legal. It's very confusing as to why that didn't happen, and that's okay. I don't need to understand that. Let's just do it. And that's it. Thank you.
Next is Alex Boutselis.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me speak. Councilman Skillicorn, thank you for bringing this issue up. It's important to a lot of town residents. Just by way of context, so I'm an emergency radiologist. I work for a major university. I work nights. There isn't a night that goes by I don't see a victim of substance use disorder, addiction. I see people overdosing on fentanyl. It's pouring across our borders in this country. I see the consequences of car accidents, all sorts of things. I serve on the board of a nonprofit that distributes Narcan. I wrote the first standing script in the state of Indiana for Narcan, which is the opioid reversal drug. It's an issue deep to the hearts of our family. We had a family member who suffered with this disease that is in recovery now and was in part of a sober living community. All that being said, if you talk to people who have been in recovery, who have been in some of these sober living communities, they'll tell you a lot of these are very not well run, to put it bluntly. A lot of these places are set up to just make money. They take desperate parents, desperate people, they get their money, they put people who are in recovery or very ill recovery, oftentimes with no supervision, in these houses. And it's a disaster, and it does not lead to long-term recovery. I think that the planning and zoning recommendations that were put forth are very reasonable restrictions. There needs to be some pretty tight regulations on these houses, not just for the sake of the residents of Fountain Hills and protect our property values. I mean, I'm all for that. But I'm talking about protecting the peoples whose lives are at stake in these houses. And if we let these things go unrun, ungoverned, unsupervised, we're not doing them a favor as well as we're not doing ourselves a favor. I've heard a lot of talk. Whenever I hear abundance of caution from attorneys, no offense to any attorney, it ruffles my feathers a little bit. As a physician, I heard abundance of caution so many times coming from the mouths of public health officials, and they shut our country down. It was wrong then. This is the same kind of thinking, this overprotective thinking. Okay, there's always risk to doing these kind of things. You have to balance a lot of different factors. I get that. That's why you, as the council, are sitting here to make these deliberations. You listen to legal counsel, okay? But sometimes you have to draw a line in the sand and do what's right for the residents of the community. And if that means fighting off a ridiculous legal challenge from somebody, like a company wants to make too much money, so be it. That's why we pay our attorneys in this city, and I, as a taxpayer, have no issue if the council follows reasonable recommendations like P&Z, and we have to fight off a legal challenge, so be it. That's why we have attorneys. Not that I want to make attorneys, wealthy for no reason whatsoever, but I think planning and zoning spent a lot of time on this. They made some very reasonable, fair recommendations, and I would urge the council to follow them as they move forward. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Rick Waddle or Watts? Watts, okay.
Madam Mayor, council members, Rick Watts, 35-year resident, Fountain Hills, and Planning and Zoning Commissioner. I've got a unique observation on this, that not only did Planning and Zoning make stronger recommendations than what were passed, the significantly watered down version as I look at it, we did our due diligence, we did our homework, we did more, done more work personally on this issue. It became a second job. All of the information, the regulations that we recommended or the recommendations that we provided were strict, but within the confines of the law. We looked at it, we tested it, we made sure we got consensus, and I ask you to reconsider and pass the full version, not the watered down version. Thank you.
That's it then? Okay, so do we want to discuss or do we want to, I think I have a couple of responses. I don't know if anybody else does. Yes? Okay.
Just briefly.
Councilwoman.
Since it looks like we're going to table this, I'll just make my comments brief. Thanks to Commissioner Watts for giving us your informed opinion. Thank you for all the work that you've done to form the original planning and zoning version. I'm sure you worked countless hours, and we appreciate that. One of the speakers asked, what value does this bring to Fountain Hills? I think that's a well-stated question. What value do these homes bring to Fountain Hills? I don't see a lot of upside. I see a lot of downside in property values, and I know that there's been reports of a lot of drug paraphernalia that's been around these sober living homes. I know it's anecdotal, and so I'll just go with that. 2 days ago, I spoke to John Kavanaugh about this very issue. He's state senator now. He assured me that the state is looking into getting inspections for sober living homes where we can take a peek inside and see what's going on. I think that's absolutely essential. These are businesses in our communities. The people inside, that was pointed out, deserve a certain level of care. Our regulation, I believe, calls for 6 people at this point to be in there. Wonder if they had 12 or 20 or 40 living in the garage. How would we know? We wouldn't. How do we know the people are being treated well and don't have bed sores? How do we know that they're being fed well? All the restaurants that I know in town have inspectors that go in there and check the quality of the food. My friend Jill at Good Living Greens, I'm sure they inspect you regularly. So why are these exempt from those kind of just simple regulations that we expect from all of our businesses? So I hope John Kavanaugh has success after the requirements of time, and when this comes back, I will be very eager to support the original planning and zoning version of this ordinance. Thank you.
Comments or questions? You brought up the state, and the state is the licensing agency for these residents, and it is their responsibility to do these inspections, and they had said that they were understaffed, but the inspections and the insurance were 2 items that were pretty clear-cut, not something that the city can do, so unless something does change there, and of course, why are they here? It's a federal and state laws, so I think these things were really discussed, and that's what led to the ordinance that we eventually did pass. And the only no vote on that was because they didn't want quite as much restrictions. So, and the 6 people, but one of them is the employee or the staff. So it's 5 people. we did spread it out as far as the distance between them, and so there were a lot of good faith work done to arrive at this, and you will probably hear from other planning and zoning members, or if you haven't already, that were satisfied with what we came up with because they were part of it. So anyway, we will move this on to the, oh, well, you make your motion and then we'll decide, or if you want to say anything, it's up to you.
Well, Madam Mayor, just procedurally,
He wants to table.
do we want to vote on the table or, so I'll make a motion to table this item until the February 7th meeting so we can have a properly posted hearing.
Second?
Okay, all in favor of tabling this item, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Tabling passes unanimously. Thank you.
I meant to say aye, I just pressed the button, sorry.
Oh, thought I heard your response. Sorry about that. Our next item
That's
is
okay.
talking about indoor shooting range, this is the public hearing, so we will hear, I can open the public hearing. I'll do that. We'll hear from staff and people, and then we'll discuss. Thank you. Grady?
I'm going to have, is it Farhad or is it John will be coming up? Farhad? Farhad Tabasali will be giving the presentation and staff report on this particular item.
Actually, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Before we get started on the site-specific indoor shooting range proposal, I think it would be best to begin with the proposed text amendment, as one is dependent on the other, so. Oh, 8F, okay, very well.
Yes, thank you. The public hearing on the
Okay.
first item. Yeah, thanks.
Apologies. All right. Okay, good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and the public. So what you have before you is a zoning ordinance text amendment to allow indoor shooting ranges in all four of our commercial zoning districts. However, in the CC and the C2, CC and the C1 zoning districts, we are proposing a special use permit requirement, and in the C2 and C3, yes, sir. I beg your pardon. Oh, okay. I'll just hold it closer to my mouth. Sure. There we go. So as I was saying, the proposal is to allow indoor shooting ranges in the C2 and C3 district with a special use permit depending on the type, and also by right for other types. So this request comes before you by following direction from the Planning and Zoning Commission. The indoor shooting ranges are not specified in the zoning ordinance. There has been increased interest in this use, and that is why we come before you. As I mentioned earlier at the very beginning of my presentation, the proposal is to allow indoor shooting ranges in the CC, C1, C2, and C3 zoning districts with a special use permit, depending on the type. And I have a table that will follow that will break this down as a pretty good summary. And also to allow it in the C2 and C3 by right, depending on the type, once again. We thought it'd be appropriate to, before we move forward with the text amendment proposal, that we define exactly, to avoid any ambiguity, what an indoor shooting range is. And so we propose the following definition. An indoor shooting range is an enclosed permanent building open to the public or members of an organization where firearms are discharged at targets. So the commercial zoning districts, as I mentioned, there are four. The first two less intense commercial zoning districts include the community commercial and the neighborhood commercial zoning district, the CC and C1 respectively. They are primarily intended to serve surrounding neighborhoods with small commercial enterprises and services for the community. In the C2, or the intermediate commercial, and the C3 general commercial districts, these are higher in intensity and serve a larger market area. Now, what we are proposing, based on direction from the Planning and Zoning Commission, is to allow indoor shooting ranges in the CC and C1 commercial districts if certain criteria are met. So with regard to the CC and C1 districts, we propose a text amendment that would allow member-based indoor shooting ranges that implement an AR-500 bullet trap design. It's more than a mouthful, so I'll explain what that means. That's basically indoor shooting ranges that can withstand 50 caliber guns or rifles. So again, the text amendment proposes a text amendment that will allow this with a special use permit, which ultimately would be reviewed by council before any type of action is taken. Within the same zoning districts, the C2 and C1, any kind of indoor shooting range that would have a bullet trap design that is greater than AR-500 or is non-member based would not be allowed under this zoning district, under these two zoning districts. As far as the C2 and C3 zoning districts, the member-based AR-500 or equivalent types would be allowed by right in the C2 or C3 districts, and SUPs would be required for any bullet trap designs that would exceed the AR-500 bullet trap design. I should make mention that with regards to member-based indoor shooting ranges, the requirement accepts law enforcement, as proposed, accepts law enforcement and military personnel and special events, such as hunting clubs, fraternal orders, things like that might want to organize special events within these types of facilities. So to conclude with our analysis and recommendation, staff believes, as does Commission, that the text amendment responds to recent interest in establishing indoor shooting ranges, and you'll see a special use permit request in the following agenda item. It provides a definition and recognizes it as a distinct use. It expands the inventory of potential sites. It encourages a detailed analysis of such factors as traffic impact, appearance, noise, and business hours. It provides some opportunity by the council to control the use in specific areas. And as I mentioned, the Planning and Zoning recommended approval as drafted and presented before you this evening. With that, I'll conclude my comments and open it up to questions or discussion.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Questions from council? Anybody have any questions? All right. Well, the motion is on page 316.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 22-08.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 6-1. Thank you. Do you have the next item too?
I sure do.
Okay.
Just pull it up here shortly. Okay, with approval of the text amendment, I now introduce you to a site-specific proposal for an indoor shooting range in the C1 zoning district, which again requires a special use permit. The subject property is located about 1,400 feet or so southeast of the intersection of Shea Boulevard and Saguaro, and just north of SR 87. It is an existing unit of a much longer building. However, this particular unit sits on its own parcel. The parcel itself is about 6,200 square feet, so a little bit over an acre. The building itself is about 7,500 square feet. The applicant, again, is proposing an indoor live fire range. There is currently a gun shop there right now, which is allowed by right under the C1 zoning district. So, and I discussed this a little bit in my previous presentation about the text amendment, but I thought I'd go over some of the more specific provisions in zoning ordinance regarding the C1 zoning district, which is the neighborhood commercial and professional, which would accommodate that type of use. They're designed for modest, well-designed commercial enterprises to serve a surrounding residential neighborhood, as well as provide for services to the community. It is also intended to integrate limited commercial activity and professional offices with residential land uses in a climate favorable to both. And particular attention is, there's particular attention to the interface between commercial and professional uses and the residential uses within the same neighborhood. Again, this aerial photograph just gives you an idea of the interplay of the different zoning designations surrounding the subject property. As you can see, one of the older phases of Fire Rock is located to the south and a little bit to the east. Across Sirius Wash to the north is a multifamily development. A number of intermediate commercial uses are right across the street, and of course the Red Rock Business Center is located to the northeast of the parcel. Here is an overall site plan that the applicant has provided. This includes the entirety of the commercial center, which was actually built and completed in 2008. And tenants have gradually come in. However, the gun shop and the proposed indoor shooting range would be the first use established within this particular unit. The area, the subject property is here where you can see me whirling my cursor there. Again, it's a 7,500 square foot unit. About half of that is set aside for the indoor shooting range. That being the portion of the building that's closest to Fire Brick Drive to the east. This is a closer look of at the gun shop of this unit specifically. Again, the area hatched is the area being proposed for the indoor shooting range. A rendering, I'm not sure if those tensile structures are out there right now, but this is ultimately what the facility will look like. Again, just to give you kind of an idea of the visibility of this particular building, this is taken from Shea Boulevard. There's an extensive gap in between Shea Boulevard and the unit. Obviously, some landscaping elements already installed there. This is the photo on the left is taken from within the commercial center. Looking at the unit proposed for the indoor shooting range, and the photo to the right is taken from Fire Brick Drive. As you can see on the far left, there is about an 8-foot wall separating the commercial center with the existing residential property to the west. And as you can see in the foreground, there's a ADA access provided from Fire Brick Drive. So the council is advised to apply the review standards for the special use permit as per section 2.2 of the ordinance. Again, the indoor shooting range that I presented before you, the proposed indoor shooting range in a C1 requires an SUP. Some of the things that the council should consider are the nature of the use, special conditions, the proposed location of the buildings and the parking, and traffic impacts and influence on adjacent uses. Again, staff recommends approval, as did the Planning and Zoning Commission. Staff believes it's consistent with the general plan's goals and policies, and given the measures taken by the applicant, staff agrees that it's compatible with the adjacent neighborhoods. And I'll open up to discussion or questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have a comment card that's at your station, and it's from Jeff Flynn. He only supports if a suitable logical buffer. And that's the only comment we have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Councilman.
Very brief. Thank you very much for your time. This again proves that Fountain Hills is open for business. I'm very excited to have another business to come to town. A lot of people ask me, like, what are activities we have to do in Fountain Hills? Well, we have another activity to do here. So I'm very excited to hear that. And it is also refreshing to see two members of Planning and Zoning, at least two, that are here, that put this work together, and staff that put this work together, worked with the business, and found a business that can stay here, that can thrive with us, and be good neighbors for a facility that was really underutilized in the past. And the only concern I have is this looking at this comment from one of the neighbors is that we want to make sure they are good neighbors. Is there? I saw this little wall. I just want to make sure landscaping is going to be up to par as a buffer, and I know the light. I'm sure the lighting is going to be within code, so it's not going to disturb their views. But just want to double check that that's the case, because we're welcome to business, but we're also good neighbors.
Alan, maybe I can allay some of your fears there. I've been down here 3 times. Once I met the owners of this business. They've done a fantastic job with the landscaping. There is not only a buffer, that wall there, but there's also a wash that separates the residential area from this business. And to show what a good neighbor this guy is, he actually replaced and shielded the lights on the back of that building so that anybody from behind that building wouldn't be affected by lighting up his parking lot, because he does have a business there, and there are security concerns, So I just want to say, I've seen a lot of businesses in this town do a lot of work in buildings. This building, from what it was to what it is today, is leaps and bounds ahead of where it was. And I just want to say that I think he's done an outstanding job rehabilitating a building that was actually sitting vacant for years, and it was a mess. So anyway, I've been down there several times, been around the neighborhood, talked to one of the neighbors that had concerns, and I think it's a good fit for that location. And again, it's a members-only club, so it's not going to be something that people are going to be driving in off the street and using, which wouldn't probably be a good thing there. So,
thank you. Councilwoman Grzybowski, did you have any comment?
Nothing really. I did listen to the November 14th Planning and Zoning meeting this morning, and I was impressed that one of the neighbors stood up and talked about how they increased the lighting for security purposes, and she liked that. They're also working with her about lighting on the interior that was a problem. They seemed very open to talk to the neighbors. I was very impressed listening to the meeting this morning. I don't have any questions at all, and I completely support this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The other part is the use of it is really not, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, but just that the use of it isn't really it's not really changing the nature of it. And so I think that the buffer sounds really good. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to say ditto to what I've heard so far. We're very excited to have you. Welcome to Fountain Hills, and thank you for being fantastic business owners, willing to work with the community, and hopefully I'll see you there soon.
Thank you. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve number 8G.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Passes 6-1.
Madam Mayor, maybe take a short recess?
I don't know. Is it in the book? Of course. We'll take a 10-minute, 5-minute? 5 minutes. 5-minute recess. Thanks. Zoom. Our next item is going to be the update on our traffic management process with David. Hi.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. I'm Dave Janover, your town engineer. Pleased to present to you tonight our update to the Neighborhood Traffic Management Process, or NTMP. It's a policy document that was adopted in 1998. So we saw this as a good opportunity to update the document and bring it into the 21st century, kind of get rid of some ambiguities in the document, and really just update it and make things much more clear. So the purpose of this document was to outline the process for citizens requesting speed humps or speed cushions to slow traffic where possible speed issues exist. And this document contains a lot of information in there, or at least the earlier version did. So traffic calming measures that were discussed in this 1998 document really aren't relevant to what we use today. They included chokers, gateways, intersection channelization, median barriers, neck downs, raised intersections, delineators, and several other traffic calming devices that aren't really relevant to what we do as far as current practices here in Fountain Hills. Now, while all of these are tools in the traffic calming toolbox, they are generally not a part, again, of our residential street traffic calming practice. What we typically do, our general approach is, for traffic calming, is through pavement management, or pavement striping and signage, and if warranted and appropriate, speed humps and speed cushions. And that's what really the foray of this document is. So we took this opportunity to update the policy document. And we streamlined it to focus on the speed hump and speed cushion request process. And what we did was we developed some structural details for speed humps and cushions, which I'm going to get into in a few moments and define those for you. We updated and enhanced the criteria for when speed humps or cushions can be installed. Mainly things are based on speed, but also the roadway itself. So we need to make sure everything is aligned properly before we can go ahead and put these in. We updated the neighborhood petition requirements and that review process, as the neighbors need to also be in favor of installing these traffic calming devices. We added some information to the policy with this document on the construction process and the cost of the installation. And we also described the process for removal of speed humps once they're put in, if the neighborhood wants them removed. We also added in the document, to more align with what we do now, the review and approval by the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee, which some of you are on, before these devices can be installed. They need to be reviewed and approved by the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. So we aligned the document to match that practice. So one of the things that we did was we wanted to define what the speed hump and speed cushions really were. And so this is really more of a primer, but I'll go through this very briefly. So a speed hump, you can see here on the upper photo on the right, they're used to slow the flow of traffic on local two-lane residential streets, and they're placed across the entire roadway. They leave enough room on the sides for drainage if there's a valley gutter or what have you, but pretty much it's just a raised piece of asphalt that causes approaching vehicles to slow down. And again, we want to put them in when and where they're warranted. Now the photo below that is a speed cushion. And the difference between a speed hump and a speed cushion, well, the first thing what they have in common is that they both are meant to slow down traffic, but the speed cushion is mainly used on 3-lane roads, one lane in each direction with a 2-way center turn lane. And the speed cushions contain these road level gaps. You could probably see, let's see, yeah. Right here you can see like there's a no speed cushion at these 2 center locations. It's just level with the road. Well, that is there for a reason, and that is actually based on the wheel measurements of our firefighting trucks, so that in emergency situations for our firefighters, they can actually come down, right down the center of the street without having to worry about slowing down and being obstructed by this bump. Whereas for everybody else, you and myself, our vehicles have a different wheel measurement. So no matter what we do, we're going to have to slow down. So I had actually discussed this with Dave Ott. We got the measurements, and that was based on that. Also, we need to know that the roadway that's receiving these speed cushions and speed humps are qualifying themselves. So the volume on the roads have to be less than 5,000 vehicles per day. The maximum posted speed is going to be 30 miles per hour, so nothing higher than a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. So usually it'll be like 25 or 30 miles per hour. That's what we'll be dealing with. Streets got to be no wider than 3 lanes, so we're not going to be doing this on our arterial roads like Palisades or Fountain Hills Boulevard. You'll never see a speed hump or a speed cushion on any of those roadways. The measured speed, and that's really the most important thing, the measured speed must meet criteria, and I'll go through what the speed criteria are. And also the public safety agencies must approve the devices. So Rural Metro and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office will all be notified of a new location, and they'll be able to review and approve those locations as well. And again, as I mentioned before, it's subject to the approval by the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. Okay, so by far the largest factor in determining if a speed hump or a speed cushion is applicable and warranted is if the measured speed is the measured speed on the roadway. If we find that someone comes to us and says, hey, there's a lot of speeding down my street, we'll go out there, we'll do a measurement, and we'll find out what those speeds are. And if the speed is above a certain threshold, it's warranted. If it's below the threshold, it's not. It's pretty straightforward. But we do kind of have a little bit of some categories here. So the first thing that we look at is the 85th percentile speed. And the 85th percentile speed is widely used in the engineering industry by traffic engineers. And that's the speed at which 85% of the traffic is traveling at or below. So, what we'll do is we will observe the speeds, and based on the speeds that we see, there'll be 3 possible outcomes. First outcome is that the observed speed is lower than the criteria, than the minimum criteria to warrant these devices. And with that, the speed hump or the speed cushion is not warranted. That's the end of the process. The second outcome is that the observed speed slightly exceeds the minimum criteria. And so the speed humps or cushions can be installed, but they would be installed and funded, or they would be installed by us, but funded by the neighborhood, whether it be the HOA or the liaison or whoever is involved. They would be picking up the cost of the installation. And then the final outcome is that the observed speed well exceeds the minimum threshold, and the town will fund the installation of those devices. So you can see here in the table, we have, for a road there's 2 rows. The first row is 25 mile per hour speed limit, and the bottom row is for a 30 mile per hour speed limit road. So if you take a look at the top row for a 25 mile per hour speed limit, if the 85th percentile speed that we see is less than 30 miles per hour, so if you look all the way over to the right column, if it's less than 30 miles per hour, the devices are not warranted, and that's pretty much the end of the process. If the observed speed is greater than 30 miles per hour but less than 37 miles per hour, then the neighborhood could fund it. They have the option to fund it. And then if the 85th percentile speed is greater than 37, then the town would fund it. Similarly, for a 30 mile per hour speed limit, those numbers are there. If it's less than 35 miles per hour, it's not warranted. If it's between 35 and 42, the neighborhood would fund it. If it's greater than 42 miles per hour, the town would fund it. So how do we actually measure these speeds? Well, the first thing we do is we do a screening. We deploy our in-house mobile speed trailer for 3 days in each direction. So if it's an east-west road, 3 days in the east direction, 3 days in the west direction. So we can measure the speeds and volumes on the roadway. Typically that's done during the midweek to get normal readings. And that's done as an initial screening. Now, if the speed in any direction is measured to be higher than the appropriate criteria that I just talked about here in the table, then the town will deploy a higher accuracy speed tube for a 1-week period, and that'll collect data all at the same time. You've seen them before, just tube that goes right across the roadway, And we actually have a contract with a consultant that does that for us. So the speed tube data is actually what's going to be used to determine if the speed criteria is met for the speed humps or the speed cushions. So then it brings us to the petition stage. So once we determine that there is going to be, that it is warranted for speed humps or speed cushions to be put down on the roadway, then the engineering division will determine the boundary of what's called the affected area and to be petitioned. So that includes, but it's not limited to, the properties that where normal travel routes will be altered by putting these devices down. So that could be 10 houses, it could be 15, it could be 30, it could be 50 houses. It really is a judgment call on the engineer's part. So the neighborhood liaison, whoever had come in to us originally, it may be the HOA, it may be just a concerned citizen or someone else. They would be considered the neighborhood liaison, and they would be responsible for actually circulating the petition amongst the affected property owners. So the petition must be supported by 75% of the affected property owners. So if there are 100 homes that need to be looked at, or 100 properties, 75 of those properties, at least 75 of those properties, have to approve and be in favor of these speed humps or speed cushions going down. All property owners within 50 feet of the device must vote to approve. So if it's going 50 feet from somebody's house, within 50 feet of somebody's house, that particular person has to agree to putting it there. The signers of the petition have to be owners of the properties. They can't be tenant or occupants of the property. However, if we get an owner affidavit saying that that tenant or occupant can vote on their behalf, then we will accept that. And if the speed measurements result in neighborhood-funded devices, so if it's kind of in that middle range, then the petition has to include language stating that all the affected owners would share in the cost. Now, whether they do that or not it's up to them. If the HOA says we have money in our coffers to pay for it, that's fine. We don't really care who's paying for it, but as long as it's being paid for by the neighborhood, and it's not being paid for by the town. Of course, if it's greater than, if it's in that other criteria where the town pays for it, that doesn't have to be on the petition. Question?
Excuse me for interrupting you, but if you have people that want it and people that don't want it, you can't force the people that don't want it to pay, correct? Or is that the responsibility of the proponents of it? Because
yes.
if they make a petition, it's granted, and they can't pay for it, then it's mute, correct?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor McMahon, you're correct. No one can be forced to pay for it. So if for some reason someone doesn't want to pay and somebody else says, I'll kick in their portion of it, they can do that. However, they still need to get 75% approval.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'll wait to ask other questions as you get there.
Thank you. Yes.
Your petition requirements, is that just for these speed humps and these type of devices? What if you lower the speed on a road? Do you do a petition and ask the residents surrounding that road if they're in favor of that?
Mayor and Councilmember Friedel, that's a great question. We haven't in the past. I know that we lowered the speed limit, I believe it was about a year and a half ago, on
El Pueblo.
Right, and that was not a petition. That was actually just, we had done a speed study, and we had done a engineering review of that, and
Because I got a complaint from a citizen that said, none of us were involved in this decision. One person complained, and you lowered the speed limit on our entire road from 35 to 30 miles an hour on a 60-foot road, and they were complaining to me about that. And I didn't know about this petition requirement. So why wasn't a petition done to the surrounding, all the homes on El Pueblo?
Yes. So this is a completely different process. In fact, this process has been around since 1998. It's just being updated. As far as the traffic situation, the speed limit change, we actually had that reviewed by the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. The staff, the town engineer sought direction from that committee, after hearing from a resident, and then it was suggested to go off and study it and evaluate it. It was determined that that speed limit, if I'm not mistaken, was inconsistent with the other speed limits in the area. So the town engineer, his recommendation to the full council was that that change be made. And if I remember correctly, there was quite a bit of discussion amongst some of the council members, including Councilmember Spellich, who I believe didn't support it at the time. But you can't have citizens basically just be surveyed or vote on speed limits. I mean, there's a whole MUTC manual. You want to explain what that is? And we try to follow that. And we also have traffic engineering practices that we follow as well.
Yes, that's exactly correct. So yeah, we do follow standard engineering procedure. And many times when the speed limit is first determined, what it should be, many times it's based on the 85th percentile speed. What we had done in that particular case was we compared the road types. They were exactly the same type of roadways. There was a lot of driveways that it wasn't like a normal collector road. It was really more like a local collector road. There was lots of driveways that actually emptied out onto, and pretty dense, by the way. So looking at that and just doing a comparison and looking at the 85th percentile speeds, it made sense for that location to be, from an engineering perspective, to be modified and shifted down. This, however, is more of a obstruction to some people see this as obstruction. Some neighbors, being that they're going to have to keep braking and there may be some noise associated with this and stopping and going over this, and this is more perceived as some people really love these, some really don't. So before we go and make any decisions, we want to get, at least for this, we want to get their input. And this has been the practice here since 1998, is to get the input for the speed humps. So, but it's a great question.
If I may too, so my understanding, I haven't seen one of these come through successfully where they have petitioned and gone through the process. It seems like it's been hung up where the other neighbors don't support this, or financially there's been an issue. I've never seen one that has come back where, where the town would actually end up paying for this. But the bottom line is that a decision, before even a final decision on this ever is made, it does come back to this council for their approval, and gives the neighbors another shot at trying to have some additional input on the process.
True, and honestly, since my tenure here for about the past year and a half, the number of speed studies that I've done for these type of situations, none of them have actually risen to the point where we had these warranted. Maybe one did for the neighborhood funded, but that didn't really go anywhere because the person couldn't get support from the rest of the neighbors. So moving forward, after the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee approved the location, then it goes to the construction process. And so the town will prepare design plans and will obtain the cost of the installation from our contractor. Once the device is installed, the town will install the appropriate signage. And for those neighborhood-funded installations, the cost of the installation, again, will be provided to the neighborhood liaison prior to the start of construction, so they know what it's going to cost up front. And at the end of the construction, the town will prepare an invoice for the cost of the installation of the device and for the signage, and will forward the invoice to the neighborhood liaison for payment, which will be due within 30 days. Now, I should note that for these neighborhood-funded installations, in order to assess this fee from the neighborhood or from the non-town entity, the town will be amending the fee schedule, and with the fee for the neighborhood-funded traffic calming devices being the cost of installation. So we'll just pass that cost along to the liaison. So the advertising of that town fee amendment of the fee schedule will be posted, has to be posted 60 days prior to the adoption of the town fee schedule. So the town fees are adopted in July 1st. So by May 1st, this would have to be posted and advertised. So over here, this table just kind of shows, and this comes right out of our document, shows what the cost of installation is, the typical cost of installation per device. So for a speed hump, it's about $3,500. For a speed cushion, about $5,500. And again, that's approximate, subject to varying material costs and labor costs. So, but plus or minus 10% should be somewhere in there. And we'll also want to note that for all installed devices, because they're in the town's right-of-way, the town will be responsible for all future maintenance of those devices. We would not have the HOA or anybody else maintain them. That would just be ours to maintain. The snow plows, yeah. That's why we didn't have these in New York. Yeah, these would be a no-no in New York. So I'm so excited to have them here. Why, thank you. You see the look you gave me? So we had developed a number of construction details here. So we have the speed hump detail on the left and the speed cushion detail on the right. And you can see the road level gaps here, again, based on the measurement of the fire apparatus. So moving forward, all of these would be done pretty much the same. We just want to have consistency with our details. So there is a removal process. If after they go through this whole thing, they finally get this done, they may say, you know what, we don't really like this. It's either it's not doing its job, or people are really not liking this. We want to have it removed. Well, and if that's the case, there is a removal process. So after 6 months have passed following the installation of the device, they would have to do a similar petition saying that 51% now of the owners need to approve removal of the device.
Excuse me, I have a question, if you don't mind, about
Yes.
the cost of removal and who pays for it.
Yes.
So if the town puts in the speed hump, do they bear the cost of removal?
Yes.
If the petitioners put it in, they bear the cost of removal? And what happens if, there's a 6-month limit on this, correct? What happens if the removal request comes in after?
Well, it's the at least 6 months have to pass. So they have to give it time to kind of take, and then people get used to it. If 3 months, we're like, no, just let it go another 3 months. Let's see how it is. But after 6 months, so if it's a year, like, we can't stand this, get this out of here, then we could do that. But at least 6 months have to pass. And no matter who installed it, whether it was the neighborhood-funded installation or the town-funded, the removal costs are borne by the residents. And that would also be added to the fee schedule. And finally, we developed a process flow chart that really covers the entire process, starting with the town being alerted to a speeding issue on a street, through the speed measurement process, evaluation of the speed results, determination of who bears the cost of installation, completion of the neighborhood petition, the presentation to the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee, and finally the installation by the town's contractor. And we also have a footnote at the bottom that was added that covers the removal process. So with that, a draft of this NTMP update document was presented to the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee on September 27th of 2022. Several comments were received and have been addressed and incorporated into the document that's under consideration this evening, and you have them in your packets. And with that, staff recommends respectfully that council adopt the updated Town of Fountain Hills Neighborhood Traffic Management Process document. And with that,
Vice Mayor has a question.
oh, all right.
Okay.
Yes.
On the petition requirements under B, you say that town engineer and designee as well as a uniformed police officer would attend. Do you mean shall attend as part of the process? Or just would attend?
I'm sorry, which one are you looking at? I'm sorry.
It's C, it's B on the petition, the draft. I mean, are they going to be required to attend in order to have this petition heard and processed, et cetera, or for discussion purposes?
So the first item is the.
It's the last sentence, the very last two words.
Of item B?
Mm-hmm.
If a neighborhood meeting is held, the town engineer or designee, as well as a uniformed police officer, yes, that should be shall.
Should it be shall? Thank you.
Yes, I can make that change.
That's okay. Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Councilman?
I had two brief questions, Madam Mayor. One is, a lot of times we see the radars, sign out there. Is that always doing a 3-day study, or is it just randomly letting people know their speed?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Skilcorn, usually whenever we have those mobile unit, speed trailer units out, it's there for a purpose, whether it's part of a speed study that we're doing, measuring the speeds, or it might be out there for another reason. But typically, we don't just typically put those out at random.
And how many are we still in possession of?
I believe we have two. We still have two.
And if I may too, it's not uncommon for council members to get requests from the residents or our office, and we'll go ahead and make contact with the Public Works Department, and they'll go ahead and do that at the request of the residents. So we do that all the time at the request of residents.
And Madam Mayor, my last question is mentioned after that the sign is out, the tube study. What is the cost of that tube study? Maybe average, and who bears the cost of that?
Mayor, Councilmember Skilcorn, they're not expensive at all. Actually, the tube studies, I think they're.
We have a killer deal on the contract. Justin, what is the cost for them to set up and collect the data on our behalf?
Madam Mayor, council members, the 3-day count cost the town less than $200.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just curious, when I used to be in traffic court, after every stop, they would have to recalibrate the device. How often are these machines calibrated?
Mayor and Councilmember Kalavanakis, thank you. I believe that we, annually, right? Yeah, we calibrate those annually.
Is there any way we can increase the frequency of that? Or has it been tested after a year if they're still giving good results?
We can probably do it more frequently. We could do it semi-annually.
Yeah, okay, because we have garbage in, garbage out, right? So we got garbage in, garbage out. We got to know if those are calibrated so we can make these determinations.
Yes, this is actually so our mobile unit,
Yeah.
mobile trailer units are actually like the pre-screening.
Right.
So if that kind of shows that there might be an issue, then we go to the tubes, and the tubes are very accurate.
Okay.
What we find is that when we have the mobile speed trailers out that give you your immediate speed, we get some folks who like to see, well, how high can I get this thing to go? So that's why we use the 85th percentile speed, because we know we have some folks that are trying to push the limit. So it's human nature. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to move to adopt the updated neighborhood traffic management and process policy with the modification as discussed herein. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. She's still hanging in there. Passes unanimously. We're glad you're not here. The next item, place-based design contract amendment. Rachel, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We're hanging in there. Only a few more to go, I promise. So for tonight, I'm here to talk to you about an amendment for place-based design. Tonight's presentation, I realize that several of our council members are new to the dais, so I wanted to make sure that you understood what the amendment was, why we were requesting it, and what the details were behind it. So place-based design is a general contractor that we use for a lot of our park features. More than just playgrounds, they handle a lot of our equipment, our Ramada structures, even our splash pad. So when something breaks, something needs replacing, something wears out, just general wear and tear happens, this is who we use for a number of those pieces. Here's a couple pictures of some of the other pieces that they help us with. This is the Golden Eagle Park playground, if you're familiar. These are some of the new structures that we've added at Four Peaks Park. So again, this vendor does a lot of work with us with a lot of our amenities in our parks. I mentioned that they also help us with our splash pad, but keep in mind that our splash pad is more than meets the eye. It's the structures that you see here, so it's all of the different components, which there's upwards of 30 plus components out there, but it's the filtration system, it's the surfacing, it's the pumps, it's all of the inner workings of stuff too. So all of this is to say that this is a pretty big and effective contract for us. And so we're here tonight to talk about an amendment. But a lot of times when we talk about contracts, people get them confused with a budget. This is not an uncommon question. This is a question I get quite a bit, and this is something that the finance director, Director Pock, and I sat down and went through this to try to distill some of the differences between a contract and a budget. And that's for this council's understanding, as well as anybody that might still be up watching at home. A contract is a tool that the town uses to set pricing and develop payment terms, billing, that type of thing. It's legally reviewed. Aaron's office reviews it with us every time, every contract that we do. And it's just to ensure that both parties agree to purchasing terms. It's a contract. Like I said, a lot of times a contract is confused with budget, but they are not the same. A contract value has no bearing on the budget. So whatever number a contract is not the amount that will be spent in a lump sum. So a lot of times people see that number and they go, "You're going to spend $1 million?" No. Maybe at some point we will, but that's not what we're asking for. The budget, or the amount of money allocated, is adopted each year by the council. So for instance, my equipment and maintenance repair budget over at Golden Eagle Park is $4,640. That's not that much money. But that's the amount that we have allocated to spend for Golden Eagle Park. If I don't have the money in the budget, I can't go spend it no matter what the contract says. Now, you're probably thinking, that's not a very big budget. What happens if you need more than that? Which does happen on occasion. We work within our other budgets. We find savings of other projects, things like that, to cover that. And in a worst case scenario, if there's more severe situations, we do budget transfers. We come here to talk to you guys about the need, or we develop projects that are bigger, such as CIP projects. When we say, hey, this is not working, we need to come back and redo, let's say the splash pad, for example. That was a large CIP project because we did not have the funding to continue to do small replacement and repairs. We came back with a big project, we budgeted for it, and we planned for it. But all of this is to go to say that the budget is not the same as the contract. So therefore, when we need to procure parts, pieces, services, whatever, we have to have a contract in place in order to do so. Often we have multiple contracts in place for different types of products and services. One of the examples is we have lots of different playgrounds in our parks. They're designed differently, they're provided differently by different vendors. So we have multiple contracts so that we can go to whatever vendor we need in order to get the parts and pieces as needed. Similarly, we have multiple plumbers, electricians, other things like that under contract so that we can reach out when we need something. If there's an emergency, I need someone that can get here today. Plumber A might not be able to, but we're going to keep calling down that list till we can get someone here. Versus, okay, we're doing a large project, we're going to plan it out, we're going to have a shutdown, we're going to be methodical about it. Then I can get pricing, I can get quotes, I can do kind of, good comparisons to make sure that we're getting the most value for our investment. But all of that to say is that we have to have someone under contract before we can do that. Contracts are often set for a standard amount that can be used over multiple fiscal years and sometimes by multiple departments. You'll often hear Director Weldy up here talking about contracts. In fact, he's probably going to talk about one here shortly for traffic control that events use. So we open contracts, but a lot of times multiple departments use them. So it may be certain, again, folks using them in piecemeal, but it adds up. So for example, a contract of $500,000 might last us up to 5 fiscal years. We might use 100 of it each year. One year we might only use 50, and the next year we might use 150 because of damage or things that happen. But it builds on each other. So Once that amount's used, no matter how we use it, and no matter who used it, whether it's Justin, whether it's Parks, whether it's somebody else, no matter how long it takes to expend that total contract amount, that triggers us to come back for an amendment. If it's used up, we have to come back to talk to you guys and ask for your approval to amend the contract and add more authority to it. We're not asking for more money, we're asking for contract authority. Does that make sense to everybody?
Rachel?
Yes.
The motion says to approve the amendment to the contract and any associated budget adjustments. So how does that fit in?
I'm glad you asked that. The amendment is for the contract authority. So as you just saw, we have budget. We have some budget allocation in our budget to do our standard repair and maintenance and things like that. If, for instance, we have something come up where we need to transfer money from, I'm going to say contingency or some other savings in another area, you would authorize us to make those transfers if and when those were needed for this contract. The contract amount, or the amendment amount, is for $415,000. This is, again, for multiple years. We know we have a couple of expenditures we are intending to do. Again, just standard maintenance, repairs, safety things that the parks need on a regular basis. And then it gives us some additional contract authority if we move forward with any CIP projects or other forward-looking projects. Keep in mind, anytime we do a project that is forward-facing, i.e. a CIP or some other large project, we're going to come back to you and talk to you about the project itself and say, is this the project we want to do? And there's still that checks and balance system in place. So we don't move forward on projects more than $50,000 without the approval of council, regardless of whether the contract authority is there or not. We don't move forward without that express approval. So that is kind of that check and balance that's built in.
I have another question about that. So if you go in and have a certain amount in the contract, does that guarantee any pricing at all? Is there ever any advantage to it?
Generally, it can help with our pricing. It really, I hate to say it really depends, but it does. Again, if we were to build the splash pad today, we would pay significantly higher costs than we did this, a year ago or 18 months ago. And that's all supply and demand related. There's lots of other factors that go into it. However, when we do have an existing contract, we are able to hold the vendor to their quotes longer. We're able to say, can you give us an estimate based on this timeline, based on this? And there's a goodwill factor that's there when they're able to count on the fact that we have that authority to move forward with that negotiation. With that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any questions, whether it's about contracts in general or this amendment specifically for place-based design.
Did we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Councilman?
Madam Mayor, and I apologize because this was something I was going to make a couple phone calls before, and I forgot. What is the current contract amount?
Well, if you put it all together, the current contract is, let's say the splash pad was well over $800,000. The playground that we put in was probably close to $360,000. So it's, I mean, if you want to look at a contract depth, how many years do you want me to go back, I guess is the question. The contracts renew when they are expended.
If I may, so the amount that you would be authorizing tonight puts it up to a cap of 1.6 million. So it's not to say we're going to spend 1.6 million. Yeah. This is cumulative. This is the second amendment that the council's made. They did one last year as well.
In order to complete the splash pad and the playground.
So, but it's a good question, and that puts it up to 1.6, but we've already expended most of that already.
Yeah, we've expended probably close to
1.2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, when I read the packet, yeah, I saw the 1.68. And then I saw this as the additional, $415,000, which is about a, 25% increase. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make the board and people aware that, we have some unknown costs coming up on the community center. We have a lot of money we need to refund our roads with. Frankly, I'd like to see $2 million, maybe more, go to our roads every year. And even though we're only halfway through this budget year, I think that we have to find some money in this budget. So I think it's actually inappropriate to have, especially a 25% increase. We could discuss something smaller for life safety issues. And obviously, that is a big deal with playground equipment. We can't have someone getting hurt. So I'm more than happy to discuss those, but I think that it's going to have to be a much narrower scope. So I would be a no on this, and but the rest of the council is, they can do what they like.
Just a quick question, Rachel. How long do you expect to stretch out that extra 400,000?
I believe the contract is written to roll over up to 5 years, so 415 over the course of 5 years. If we move forward with any other projects, it can be expended quicker. If we decide to hold off on projects for budgetary reasons or others, then it would be used simply for standard maintenance and repairs, no additional expenditures outside of, again, the standard maintenance.
And are there any current plans in the works, emergencies expected to, yeah?
Well,
okay.
I mean, and in fairness, and I certainly understand the budgetary outlook and approach. I would say that our playgrounds are a very, very high-use amenity in all of our parks. Unfortunately, they do suffer vandalism. They do suffer damages. We had some vandalism over the holiday break. So it's our responsibility to make sure that those spaces are safe and maintained for those reasons. So in order to do that, to have contract authority so that we can go and replace bolts, or we can replace the slides, or we can replace, in this case, it was the fire pole, those types of things so that we can maintain and keep the parks open and safe for all users. So yes, we do have some anticipated. We do have a few things that we know we need to do. We have things that are on the horizon, again, that can be held off on, but certain things do need to happen just in a standard maintenance process.
Got it. And last thing, the packet, that includes the amendment alone, or is that the full contract that I'm looking at?
So for the intents of this conversation, the 1.2 has already been expended. We've already spent that through the course of this contract for playgrounds, for the splash pad, for the ramadas that went in at Four Peaks. So we've been cumulatively acquiring. So we're done. The contract is expended. There's no money, there's no authority left on it. We're here tonight requesting $415,000 in authority. So that would be all that would be available on that contract because everything else has already been used.
But not necessarily expended all at one time this fiscal year.
Correct. It would not be.
It's going to be over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I don't have a project in mind that cost me $415 that I need it for. We need it, again, piecemeal at all of the different parks through the next at least 2 to 4 fiscal years.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel, this is really a necessity, isn't it? And based upon my experience with you, you're asking for this money in the amount that you're asking in relation to prior experience and based on need, not on want. And it's basically to uphold the contract and as a security measure. Like you said, you may or may not spend it. And with that, it's not gonna adversely affect like a road repair or anything else, correct?
To my knowledge, again, this isn't money, this is contract authority. This is not a budgetary ask. We're using the budget we already have allocated, correct?
Just very quickly, just to make sure I have Grady's point down, the monies would be going out of future budget considerations, correct? 23, 24, 25, depending on when the money was allocated.
Potentially, yes.
So this isn't a one-time hit.
Correct.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. So again, for the reference of this conversation, I mentioned we have $4,600. Right now, I can't spend that $4,600 if our playground breaks. I have the money, I just can't go spend it on the things that we need. This contract allows us to go ahead and make that purchase if something should happen. And so it is a matter of if, as we do our maintenance and our safety and our preventative type things.
And just for clarification, so Rachel mentioned earlier about checks and balances. Well, the other checks and balance we have is we have a procurement code, which is council adopted, and we're before you tonight because we do not want to be in violation of it. That would be to expend money that's beyond what a contract allows for. So that's why we're before you tonight, which is to get authorization to expend additional money with this particular contractor.
last question, I promise. When was the time period that we set that cap at 1.2? I want to find out how long ago that was till we got to today.
Again, I want to say we've had at least one amendment. We made an amendment at the end of fiscal year 20 in order to make, to procure the splash pad pieces, because we were on probably an 8-month timeline at that point during COVID shipping and all of that type of stuff. I know we did an amendment at that point in time in order to make that purchase. And then at the same time, we did an amendment to cover the cost of the playground replacement so that both things could be ordered at that time. So that was the amendment then. The original contract probably originated somewhere a year or two before that.
I've got the contract open right here.
I don't have it in front of me, thank you.
For the splash pad, it was February of 2020, and then there was in May of 2021, it was amended again in May of 2022. So it's had, this is actually the second amendment.
So if we've gone through 1.2 million in 3 years, and we went through that last amendment within a shorter period of time, I don't know if another $415,000 is realistic for 5 years. And that's where I'm going to put up my resistance. Well, I fear that we'll have the same discussion a year from now, and we'll be bumping up the contract to $2.5 million. And that's the fear I have.
So what I want to just clarify, it's a good point you're bringing up, Councilmember, but I want to clarify that the vast majority, I believe, of the $1.2 million was for the splash pad, which was a capital project. So of the money that's been expended to date was that, and then you showed on your slide previously, you had some ramadas that were put in, that were put at Four Peaks Park. And then did we have any new playground equipment that was installed?
Only
on
as
this?
part of the capital plan for Fountain Park.
Okay,
So the
so I'm just trying to, I understand where you're coming from completely, but I also want to just qualify that the $1.2 million has been expended on basically the ramadas and the splash pad. And so I don't think it's going to trend the same way, because that splash pad was how much money that we put out?
Over 800.
Over $800,000 on just that.
Yes, I believe that would be a significant expense. But still, I've got to come, like, I can't control what happens in 12 months, in the situation. Would it be agreeable for staff to change this to something like $83,000 in 1 year? Because that's what, if you divide 415 by 5, it comes with 83,000.
Well, my question for that would be talking about the, what did you call it, like the good policy, or if, yeah, the idea of like, next, good faith, yeah, that's what, or I think that's what you said, yeah, or, or even more, concrete than that.
And I would think, I would agree that yes, so when we are able to, it helps us in our budgetary process to be able to say, okay, we can take this, we can do these repairs, we can anticipate that these repairs are coming. And but a lot of times we can't anticipate what that is. If vandalism happens, if an issue happens at a park, we're bound and responsible to either close the park or make it safe, one of the two. Generally speaking, you probably don't want to see me here every week going, hey, I need another $5,000. Hey, we're going to do this $1,500 repair over here. Hey, we got to order these parts. They take 6 weeks, so I need to go ahead and order them now so we can do. You probably don't want to hear all of the background details on our maintenance plans. But you do want to hear when we have a big project. You want to know, hey, we're looking at replacing this whole system, or this piece isn't manufactured anymore and we need to look at a bigger solution. That's when we come back, and those types of large expenditures would be up to the council. The 415 that we're asking for is our best estimate for maintenance and standard projects. Nothing that is what I would call a CIP level or a large project.
Mayor? Vice Mayor? Thank you. I don't see the point in dividing this by 5 and saying, let's come back and have an amendment every single year for $83,000. This is what you're asking. It's going to amount to that no matter what, even over 5 years. If you need more money, you're going to come back before the council, explain it, justify it, state the need, etc. This is a contract. This is not authorizing basically a $415,000 budget transfer right now. Because when you're going to expend money, it's like an umbrella, but when you're going to expend the money, you're going to come back before the council, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I'm still here. I think that we're losing sight of the fact that, like Vice Mayor just said, this is a contract. We're not approving an expense. The other amendments were, we knew we were buying equipment, and that was the intent of that. This is for safety of our children to use this equipment. And there's standards in place that I agree with that we need to follow to make sure we've got the cushion built in case something happens. So yes, it's a lot of money, but this is a contract. This is not a purchase. This is if we need it for safety reasons. So I don't have a problem with this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Toth?
Sorry, I said one quick question and then I asked you 8 and now I have another.
That's okay.
For the new equipment, this doesn't affect my vote, it's just a question. For the new equipment on all the parks, do we have warranties for all of that?
That's a great question, and yes, the answer is we do. They are subject to, we need to have the vet, they come out and take a look and make sure that if there's a malfunction, it's a malfunction based on, that their piece malfunctioned and somebody didn't come and, mess with it or tinker with it, or that it wasn't an install issue. But yes, especially for the new stuff that we have, particularly in Fountain Park, all of that is under warranty. Yes, no, that's a very valid question, which is partly why we use this vendor in these contracts to make sure that we are getting the longevity and the support and all of the other amenities, all the other features that create the best purchase we can make.
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman?
If we're done with discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to move to approve place-based design contract amendment 2021-048.2 and associated budget adjustments.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Our next item is similar in nature, but different equipment. Great, Justin?
Madam Mayor, council members, temporary traffic control devices are one of our biggest challenges. Earlier tonight and in the past, you've certainly heard myself, the town manager, the town engineer mention the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD. This is the federal book that describes exactly how we should proceed in regards to temporary and/or permanently installed signs, traffic signals, and other stuff associated with roadway construction and building. It should be noted that engineers purchase and/or enter into electronic agreements for those books as the biggest customer in the U.S. The second one is attorneys. And the reason for that is because they use that against the local government when their client, regardless of how inebriated he or she was, wrecks, they want to blame someone. And it's also the reason, ironically, that we do not do temporary traffic control devices ourselves. They require an incredible amount of area for storage, maintenance, and upkeep, and constant recertifications, and an incredible amount of liability insurance. For that reason, we go out and look for contracts that have been entered into by other municipal, county, and/or state governments. This is an example of that. We previously entered into this agreement in the amount not to exceed $50,000, which is within the town manager's approval. That's typically what we would use. However, most recently, this particular agreement had some escalation clauses in it through Maricopa County that made primarily our street projects and our special events very expensive. So the contract amount we had has now reached its limit. We simply cannot go forward with any additional street projects or special event projects without additional contract authority. There are several different budgets that are used for this contract, including Public Works, and in the Public Works is streets and engineering, and also in community services, primarily special events, but we also use it for facilities to block off parking lots and other areas whenever we have household hazardous recycling and or electronics recycling. So there are several different budgets that cover this. I think it's important to note tonight, this is an extension that allows us to continue to move forward. I intended to have 2 of these with this same company on this agenda tonight. One of them primarily for Public Works, and the second one exclusively for special events. However, the agreement that Mesa has entered into has not yet been codified by their elected body. So I intend to return when that happens to utilize that, because there is special unit pricing in that one that's not in this one that will allow the town to receive temporary traffic control devices for special events that are much less expensive than we currently must pay because of, again, the expired contract that we had utilized for that in the past. To recap, this contract was primarily used for Public Works. The contract previously approved expired for special events, so this contract is going to cover both of them temporarily. With that, if there are any additional questions related to this, I will certainly do my best to answer them.
Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from anyone? Vice Mayor?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want, I was going to make a motion.
Doodling motions.
I'd like to move to approve the First Amendment to Cooperative Purchasing Agreement 2022-080.1 with roadside traffic safety systems, the amount of $50,000.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. Our last item is about the units on Saguaro Boulevard and Shea.
Thank you, and hello again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I just have a few slides for this agenda item. Oh, goodness. Looks like there's a bit of a malfunction here. Let's see if I could... I apologize. I want to work around here. Yeah, okay. Well, I could attempt to pull up some aerial photographs here, but well, with the absence of a slide presentation, I'll go ahead and let you know that this last item before you is a special use permit extension request for an additional 6 months for a special use permit on a property that is zoned C1 at the north of the northeast corner of Shea Boulevard and Saguaro. The special use permit originally came before you in December of 2021. 1 6-month extension was granted in June of the following year. In August of 2022, the applicant submitted a site plan, which staff has reviewed and provided comments back to the applicant. However, as the zoning ordinance is currently written, the applicant would need to file for a building permit within 6 months of approval of the special use permit. Now, as I mentioned, staff is currently reviewing the site plan. The ball is back in the applicant's court right now to address the first review comments. Upon approval of the site plan or the design review, the applicant is given the green light to submit building plans. And I should also mention, since the last extension was granted, the applicant has provided a traffic impact statement, and we can discuss that further if you have any questions. I'll conclude with those comments.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I actually do have a quick question regarding the traffic safety plan. I noticed that we had requested that, I think it said in December, is that correct? And it was not done until this summer when no one's here?
Actually, the Mayor, Council Member, the traffic impact statement was requested as a condition of approval, and the statement was provided with the first site plan submittal back in August of 2022, as was required by previous council action.
Thank you for that clarification.
It should be the last attachment in the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, please.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you. Taking a look at the traffic study, we have 17 units, right?
Correct.
Probably an average of 2 cars, if that, at each place. So it says total peak only 9 in ingress egress. Isn't that a rather low number for the amount of people that are going to be living in that particular, those particular units? Or has that been updated with the traffic? Is this the most updated traffic study?
Correct. Mayor, Vice Mayor, that is the most updated traffic study that was provided in August. And now, as to how valid those numbers are, I probably would ask the town engineer to address those.
Okay. And thank you. And while you're there, I have another question. These are townhouses, residences. So if this isn't approved for whatever reason, then there's a chance that commercial will be built there. Is commercial going to be more dense and create a higher level of ingress and egress? Because that is a very difficult intersection. And a light really can't be put there. It's too close to the other light, et cetera. So my concern with this, regardless of what's there, is across the street is a shopping center, Fountain Hills Hospital, et cetera. You know, left turns are going to be difficult. You know, maybe in the future, depending, there might just be a right turn only one. I don't know. But there is a traffic concern there.
Correct. Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor, to address a portion of your question, the current zoning, that being commercial, likely would generate more trips from the property than the 17 units would.
Mayor and Council, good evening again. So the trip generation that was done as part of this traffic impact statement was based on the ITE, Institute of Traffic Engineers, trip generation. So it's a standard number based on the number of units of the type of land use. So that's 7 trips, that's during the, I believe, the AM peak hour. And the 9 trips is during the PM peak hour. I think over the entire day, it's, I think, 116, if I'm not mistaken, 116 trips for the day. So that's just actually just based on standard rates, based on what's been seen around the country. So one of the things that, and I do agree with you that, you know, we'd like to see a little more, perhaps a gap analysis to see, because you know, from my observations being there, you know, there are times when there's plenty of gaps that folks could ingress and egress during. So we can certainly request a gap analysis.
Brought to you
Don't worry,
by.
it's all good. We can request a gap analysis from the engineer to see what that looks like. And to your point, Councilmember Toth, we didn't see any existing traffic counts or anything as part of this. Really, it was just the trip generation, saying that this is how much more trips are going to be generated as due to this proposed use.
Thank you for the clarification.
So if, excuse me, I'm sorry. So if there's a gap analysis, would that need to be put into the motion, or is that just going to be included as part as the additional documents that need to be submitted to move forward with the SUP, right? Or the builder to move forward?
That's a good question.
Well, maybe Farhad can say his view of it, sure. Okay.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, that can probably be produced along with the building permit submittals and the construction plans. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, great. Councilman?
Mayor, this is more of a statement than a question. So it sounds like this has been going on. They're asking for an extension. Going back to 2021, I don't think this is a project that I would have supported. I mean, this is allowed in C1 with the special use permit. But this is, it's a little bit higher density housing. It doesn't quite fit with what's the neighbors are at. And we've got a different type of housing, residential developed behind it. And then this other parts of this property are actual commercial retail. I would prefer commercial retail in that situation so we can have sales tax revenue there. And I always, like as I expressed to staff earlier today, I have a test. It's a two-pronged test for SUPs. Is one, is there something special about the property? And two, is there something special about the project? So is the property really hard to develop? Is it a blighted vacant building? Those would both qualify as special. The special project is something that we really want, something to be desirable to our town, and something that would enhance our town, maybe build the sales tax revenue or be a draw or something like that. I don't think this qualifies for either of those two tests. So I am actually okay letting this expire and not approving an extension.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor, if I may?
You bet. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I like the project. I remember the drawings that the gentleman brought when he originally proposed this. We have huge demand for housing. We have big demand for multifamily housing, and I feel like this suits it. Yeah, they're asking for an extension, but if I remember, there's actually something written in there that, I can't even remember now. I didn't make notes, but they were having a problem getting something done because there's not very many engineers available. So I don't have a problem with another 6-month extension because it sounds like they should be able to get it done in this next 6 months. We really need the housing. Any economist that you talk to is going to tell you, you want retail, you need roofs. Roofs bring retail. So I would support this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And part of the staff report said that, and this meant to me that they fully expect that this will move forward. So I think that's a big part of it for me. Anything? Oh, yes, sir.
That was my question. Are we going to get this project done? So it sounds like we are. And I initially approved this subject to traffic studies, and so I think if we do this, we extend it subject to that analysis that you talked about. So I would be in favor of it because I think we do need the housing down there. And Alan, I don't think it's as different as you think from the units right behind them. They're condos, I believe, right behind there, yeah, on Monterey. So I don't see it as an issue. If we can get the traffic thing figured out, I think we're in good shape. Yeah, I'll make that a motion, subject to the gap analysis.
Perfect.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say yes or aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It passes 6-1. Our last item, as always, is just direction to town manager. Do we have anything to for the good of the order? Thank you so much. It's a long one. We got through it. We're adjourned.